Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our live ATS webcast seminar, Healthcare Building Solutions. I'm Fulgence and I'm your moderator. I'm also accompanied by our team who will support us throughout the event. Today, we have 5 courses with 2 breaks. It's my job to let you know exactly where we are throughout the day. You'll see me pop up after each speaker and make sure our speakers start and stop on time. If you're having any technical difficulties, try logging out and then back in. That normally resolves most technical glitches. But if it doesn't resolve that, please let us know using the Q&A panel. If you happen to be in a conference room watching with a colleague or at home watching with a partner, please make sure you're each logged in with your assigned Zoom webinar link. That link is attached to your ATS account, which is how we report credits on your behalf. So if you're not already, please take some time now to log into a separate device or a second window so we can make sure you get the credits you deserve. Please also know that we will launch poll questions during presentations, and we ask that you participate in those polls so we can confirm your attendance. Let's go over a few quick housekeeping notes to help you get the most out of today's session. Please use the Q&A panel for all questions and anything you'd like our speakers to address. Please do not submit questions in the chat. They may be missed and we won't be monitoring that space for Q&A. Also, those questions will not be included in our Q&A report. Also, we kindly ask that you do not post questions anonymously as we're unable to verify your attendance for credit purposes when you're posting as anonymous. So make sure that toggle is off. Today's seminar features 5 AIA HSW, 1 IDCEC, 1 AIBD Primary, and it's valid for the following Canadian provinces. We will report AIA, GBCI, and AIBC credits on your behalf within 10 business days. And if you're a member of AIA, GBCI, or AIBC, please check to make sure that your association numbers in your ATS account are accurate so we can assure a smooth crediting process. And for everything else, you get a certificate in PDF form. That is one certificate for every course you take with us today. And those will be available immediately after entering your session code. And if you're new to the session code process, I'll review that after our first speaker. And where can you find those certificates? Once you log into your ATS account at atsseminar.com, you will click certificates on the left. Then you will see all of the courses you've taken here at ATS. And to the right of that, you'll see a small certificate icon. And when you click on that, your certificate will pop up and it will look something like this. And again, that'll be available in PDF format. And handouts from today's speakers are also available from your ATS account dashboard at atsseminar.com. And if you're new to this, I'll explain how to access your dashboard after the first presentation. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Gene Dumitrescu with Savaria Concord Lifts for vertical material handling systems and methods. And without further ado, Gene, hello, how are you?
Very good. Yourself?
Very good. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Awesome. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and share your screen and we'll get you all set up.
Okay, perfect.
And while that is happening, everyone, I dropped a link in the chat if anyone wants to view the webcast on YouTube. So it's in full 4K quality on YouTube, but still participate here in the Zoom. But if you want to view it somewhere else on your TV, laptop, whatever, go ahead and click on that link. We are simulcasting right now.
Okay, let me just move some of these here.
All right.
All right.
You are all set.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Gene, and we'll talk a little bit today about vertical material handling systems and methods. Hopefully we get to learn something new today. in regards to these family of products. So without further ado, let's get going. The objective today is first and foremost to understand the different types of products that are available for this family um, of systems, basically. And then we want to understand a little bit the types of materials and the types of buildings that these products go into. We want to identify basically the design and planning criteria that we want to kind of keep in the back of our mind if we want to utilize some of these into one of our buildings. And finally, we also want to understand a little bit what are the benefits of putting one of these into your building. So the efficiency, safety, cost reduction benefits as well. So we'll cover those points in the presentation. We'll also have a little bit of trivia to make it a little bit more fun and entertaining. And as I said, obviously, we want to kind of dive in a little bit deeper into where we see a lot of demand for these products, the types of drive systems that we have available for them, what folks kind of use them to haul in, and the mods program that we have available for them as well, similar to passenger elevators. So let's start a little bit with the trivia. So the history goes as such that, the fingers are pointing towards Mr. Thomas Jefferson, circa 1790. So this goes even before the elevators, in fact. So he was basically supposedly who came up with the idea behind it and the name. So the story goes as such. Obviously, Mr. Jefferson hosted quite a few dinners with important people, and he wanted to make sure that only the invitees had access to the private conversations that they were having at their dinners. So the idea was to come up with a dumbwaiter that would be in a separate room above or under the dining area. And basically there was manual. They could just simply pull a cord and hoist up the bottles of alcohol, drinks, water, food, etc., without them being in the actual room with them. So pretty interesting nonetheless. I would have never thought that's the story, but history has good lessons for us. So let's understand a little bit the benefits of introducing and including one of these systems into your building. One of the bigger reasons for this is obviously the revenue enhancement bit of the equation here. So we want to make sure that we're using the space that we have available the best possible way. So obviously we can move, say, back of the house operations that don't need to be visible to the public, either on different floors or somewhere else. So to give you a little bit of a math here, an example, from New York City. Obviously, New York City is one of the areas that kind of is head and shoulders above the rest in terms of requests for these type of products, obviously, because if we look here an example for Upper Fifth Avenue in New York City, the retail space is quite expensive. Dare I say, one of the most expensive in the world. So obviously, we want to make sure that we maximize the space that we have so that it's set up in a way that can bring revenue back. And so nothing is kind of gone to waste for, say, storage or anything and the like. So for instance, if we look at a hospitality kind of venue here, so a restaurant, right? So we want to make sure that we maximize how many tables that we fit into the main floor there. So we can obviously increase the revenue per that floor there. Furthermore, we can move then at that point the kitchen for somewhere else. So potentially even have a bigger kitchen with more staff, so you're able to serve a little bit more food. And then, you can move the food then safely in between floors. There's a couple of there's a couple of aspects as well to look at this. So there's going to be obviously the saving for the space that we're now putting more tables onto the main floor, but there's also reduced risk of work accidents and spills, right? So if you don't have say a dumbwaiter to haul the food up and down, then you have then the servers that are running up and down the stairs with the trays of food, drinks, etc. Spills and accidents can happen. And so these types of units kind of prevent that as well. In retail space, same kind of logic there applies. Again, we want to maximize the amount of space that we have to be able to showcase what we're selling, basically. And then we can move basically the storage facility, different floors altogether. You can also play a little bit better with the design of the area that are working around, integrate these units nicely into the design that you're playing with into each store. And make them a little bit more attractive as well. So we do see quite a lot of demand for those as well. In terms of the economy, they do take up 40 to 60%, less. There's going to be a cost advantage, of course, and then there's also a space saving advantage. Again, we're bringing New York City as an example. Of course, space is also an issue there. So sometimes putting in a passenger or a freight elevator is just not an option from a space standpoint, simply put. So we have to work with what's available. And then furthermore, in terms of lifespan for the products, we're looking at similar lifespan before a mod is required as passenger elevators as well. So from an efficiency standpoint, I think the point is pretty clear for now with the examples that we've given. They kind of pay for themselves, and it's even more relevant today in terms of how it can pay itself through efficiency. So, when you don't have your passenger elevator that's tied up with transportation of materials, and you can then have it accomplish its main task more efficiently and move people more quickly, right, into the building because it's not taken up by something else. Furthermore, you can also do away with some, obligatory pleasantries for employees that are able to stay in their offices and at their workstations longer without having to move around because they have to go grab other stuff, etc. So, the idea here is to free up the elevator so that they do their job, and then these products kind of do the internal there. So in terms from a saving standpoint, not only from footprint standpoint, monetary standpoint versus a passenger, but there's also savings from the efficiencies brought to the employees and running of the business altogether. If we take the example, for instance, on a hospital, typically speaking, we do see double systems generally in hospitals. The reason for that is simple. Typically we're going to have, we want to separately dispatch the, clean and sterilized material versus soiled material, right? So we don't want to cross-contaminate the same car. Generally speaking, we can see a HEPA filtration systems, again, depending on what type of system the customer is looking for. The main idea here is to make sure that there's no sort of, cross-contamination risk. So hence why you also cannot use, for instance, the passenger or the freight elevator. So you're going to need something that's specific for this. Furthermore, depending on what model and what spec, they can be easily washed down with just a simple hose as well, and then re-sterilized as well. And of course, the other idea here is you're using this system automatically without necessarily relying on staff to haul this up and down the stairs. Again, kind of the same example as we saw with the restaurants, preventing the staff themselves from pretending, running up and down the stairs. with either an injury or potential spills, etc. And again, they're kind of dedicated for that alone, right? So the idea is they're only going to be used for that, right? They're not going to be stuck up by, held up by passengers or by freight, etc. So the idea with the savings, especially in the hospital, becomes even more clear there. Another example here of a somewhat custom card that was designed. So generally speaking, as we said, hospitals typically like to use dual systems where you have two separate cars. There's two advantages of it. Obviously, we mentioned the sterile and soiled cars, but there's also the fact that you have redundancy built in, right, by having a second unit. But from time to time, you run into older buildings where there's just not enough room even for a dumbwaiter to fit in, or for extra dumbwaiters to fit in. So you're not able to achieve that redundancy built in. But we're still able to kind of work around that in this specific project here at the Lions Gate Hospital. We ended up designing a car that was basically a double car. So bottom cart was sterile. Bottom cart was soiled goods, and the top cart was sterilized. So basically, they were able to transport with the same unit, clean, sterilized and then soiled stuff as well through one single unit, due to the fact that we had very limited space to work with. So let's review a little bit more of the applications, the typical materials that we see hauled into these units. Restaurants, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, hands down, are going to be the major categories that we see demand from. Those are basically making up majority, up to 95% of the units sold are going into one of those four categories there. In terms of what we see, obviously it goes without saying, right? So, if it's going to be restaurants, it's going to be food. If it's going to be bar, probably kegs. Hospitals, we just saw materials, clean, sterilized, and then potentially laundry, food as well. And obviously some of this stuff, as you can see, right, it would be just simply awkward to transport kegs or, volatile materials into the freight or passenger elevator into the building, right? So it goes without saying, you kind of almost need to have that separation built in there. So there's three fundamental questions that we have to answer. So that will basically allow us to know exactly what we're looking for, what family of product, etc. So these questions are: what are you moving? How do you want to move it? And where are you moving it? And the idea is also to stay as, close as possible to what that is, just because then if you over specify, then it kind of ups the cost quite a bit. If we're over specifying it, then obviously the everything kind of dwindles from there. So if we kind of move into the considerations, right? So size and weight of the cargo is obviously going to affect the capacity, the building type, et cetera, right? So it kind of all dwindles down as well. So if we're in the restaurant case and we're typically speaking about the largest case scenario would be like, say, a bag of potatoes or worse, right? You want to haul some of the raw food as well as it gets delivered and everything. That would be the max case, right? You don't necessarily need to specify something that would be good enough for a full-on cart or for a pallet, right? So it kind of goes hand in hand there, to be able to then know which of the three main types of products we're going to be able to look at, right? So we have the dumbwaiters, material lifts, and VRCs, which are part of the same family. So if we dive in a little bit into this. So dumbwaiters, they're typically the smallest ones, right? They typically aren't restricted on size, but most of manufacturers kind of stop at about 36 by 36, or 39 by 39 in terms of cab sizes. They are, however, limited in height to 48 inches high for the car. The weight capacity too, generally speaking, kind of stops around 500 pounds. We do see different manufacturers that can push all the way up to 750. And the way that it's calculated in these by code in the family of products is basically at a minimum, 13.9 pounds per cubic feet of load. So that's kind of how they're calculated. And generally speaking, when we're talking about a shaft considerations, these most often we see them in fire-rated shaft, equipped then with a fire-rated hoistway entrance as well. They can be offered in both floor or counter height loading, again, depending on what we're moving into them. And we can also look at power options, power operator options, for instance, automatic doors on the landings, or potentially even tying it up with a conveyor belt as well. These, the dumbwaiters are governed under ASME A17.1. The dumbwaiters, generally speaking, we can see them in both commercial and residential applications. They're typically designed for smaller loads, and they add a lot of value to projects where there's also an elevator in the building, right? And generally speaking, we're going to see shaftways that are built out of drywall or masonry for them. Oftentimes we either have the kitchen upstairs or in the basement. And so, or in retail space where we have the storage room, again, a couple floors up or a couple floors down. You can put shoe boxes, etc., stuff like that in them. And that's kind of where we see a lot of usage case for them. Then we jump into material lifts. Those ones kind of jump up in size quite a bit. So we're going up to 48 inches wide and up to 96 inches high. So those are the limitations by code. However, there's no limitation on the depth that these units can have. Obviously, each manufacturer will have their own limitations. So depending on what's required on your end of things, that can push you towards a different manufacturer altogether. In terms of weight capacity, generally ranges between 750 to 2,000 pounds. Again, the logic is 50 pounds per square foot of platform size. So that's kind of how it's calculated. Generally speaking, the shaft considerations, like the dumbwaiters, we're going to look at a fire-rated shaft as well. And again, equipped with fire-rated doors on the hoistway entrance as well. Like the dumbwaiters, these are also available to be done in both floor or counter heights. It's a lot less common in counter heights, but it is possible to do both, especially if we're doing, say, automatic loading for conveyors at landings, right? So that's when we'll see these at counter height, generally speaking. And when that's not the case, we'll see these floor because, again, given the sizes and platforms, generally we're going to see a pallet jack or something like that they're typically going to be loaded on with. And as mentioned, on the dumbwaiter side of things, the power operated options kind of remain similar on material lifts as well. So power operated landing doors or car doors as well are available. And material lifts like dumbwaiters are also under ASME A17.1. Then the idea with these, obviously more commonly, we're going to see these in commercial and light industrial applications, right? We're not going to see any of these residentially. Again, the idea is most often if we need to haul a pallet jack or something like that, that's kind of where these can be tied in into that building. And in terms of a shaftway construction, typically drywall masonry as well, similar there. And then finally, vertical reciprocating conveyors. Those typically go into light industrial applications where generally you're not going to need fire rating, hence why we commonly see them in these types of bird cages shaftways. Those typically are built by the GC. They do not come with the lifting equipment itself. And generally, it's going to be like in mezzanine type setups in an industrial application, a factory, something along those lines. In terms of car sizes, again, there's no limitations in terms of the sizes. So each manufacturer will have their own kind of limits that they can do. But typically, you max out at about 60 inches of width. By 86, and then generally speaking, they'll cap out at about 2,500 pounds of weight capacity before you actually have to go to a freight elevator. Again, both can be both options of loadings can be done either floor or counter height. Again, if paired with a conveyor belt throughout the factory. Now, in terms of why you choose one, obviously, I think through the previous slide, it made it pretty obvious, and I think the pictures kind of also depicted pretty well. Open industrial areas, going up the mezzanines to bring up just the raw material needed for, say, the factory. That's kind of where we see these go in and out. One thing to keep in mind, they obviously, if it's an area that also common spaces can be shared, then those kind of have to be moved away. They cannot be accessed by a general public. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Not really an issue typically in industrial areas because oftentimes they're always going to be hidden away, but something to keep in mind. And also one thing that's different than the material lifts and dumbwaiters on the VRCs, that typically they go in under B20 code, not A17. Now let's discuss the types of drive systems that are available in this family of products. To keep it kind of simple, there's only two. The first one, the winding drum system. It's about 60% of the units end up being with something like this. It's fairly simple in the way that it works. Basically, you have a drum that has aircraft spool cable that kind of spooled around the drum, so it turns one way to lower, turns the other way to lift the car. Depending on the system, we can use those and move them in the pit or in the overhead. So we can utilize both options with this system. They are kind of limited in the amount of travel and the amount of speed, right, that we can do with these. Obviously, we have to keep speed in mind because then, you have to keep it within a reason where it doesn't unwind freely, the cable. And then in terms of travel that we can achieve with them, obviously, the bigger the travel, the bigger the drum, right? So at one point, we just run out of space. So we have to switch then to the next drive system, which gives us a little bit more freedom there, which is the gear traction machine, which basically you have one rope that attaches the car, and then the other rope is attached to the counterweight. It goes through basically a pulley that's called a sheave that's attached to the gearbox and motor, and that's what kind of drives the system up and down. So it doesn't actually lift anything, it just balances the weight between the car and the counterweights. So that's how the system works. Obviously, this one allows us to also do a lot more travel and a lot more speed as well by its inherent design. So again, depending on the amount of stops that we have to do or the speed that is spec'd in for the project, this is what's going to trigger one over the other. I kind of mentioned it a little bit on how it works. We do use some the sheaves and the pulleys to kind of limit as well the amount of force that the motor applies and the amount of power that it draws from the system. And as we said, 60% of the systems are typically winding drums, and then 40% end up being traction units in the grand scheme of things. So let's go over some common common items that we see. Of course, like a passenger elevator or a wheelchair lift, there I say you have a car, gate, rails, guide systems, doors, and of course a controller as well. Obviously, the car goes without saying. That's what carries your cargo. The gate is what gives you the access into the car and to the shaft as well. The rails, that's what attaches into your building, right? So that's what basically physically connects the unit to the building. Typically requires blocking in the exact location where those rails go into the building so that it's properly secured. And then controller, that's typically where we want the power to be brought. So the location of the controller, that's where we want the electrical to come into. Generally speaking, and this kind of answers a little bit the question that Charles has for the ADA standpoint. So these systems are not designed to transport people, so that they cannot be used as an ADA access unit. And generally speaking, more commonly, what we're seeing in terms of configurations for these is basically type 1 or type 2. So basically on off same side or straight through cars. The 90 degrees are a little bit less common because just the inherent design of bringing stuff in, right? So if you're putting in a food tray, or you're loading in something with a pallet jack, it's much harder to bring it out from the side outside of the car. So more often than not, type 1s or 2s are, I would say, about 95% of units out there. So we go back to the old question, right? Which were the three main questions of what we're hauling, how we're hauling, etc. So this kind of ties in with that as well. So the two options that we saw, all three family of products are available in their configuration is, do we do counter height or do we do floor level setups? And this, of course, goes without saying, is based on what we're hauling in there. So we see two little examples here. If we're going to haul kegs with a little kind of I'm running a blank now. Dolly, there you go. Into it, then obviously a floor loading setup would be a best solution. Otherwise, if it's more of a box car or something that you're hauling in your hands, then the counter height loading is a better solution there. Again, depending on how heavy those equipments are, that's when we'd look at potentially, is it a good option to have something that's automatic for the car and landing doors or not, right? So more often than not, when we're doing floor loading, it's ideal to use something automatic. If we're doing a flip-up door, for instance, if we're doing a biparting, then you don't have to bend as much down to grab the door and open it. There's not a whole lot of force necessarily, depending on the size that's required, but just bending down or not, as you get up in age, we all know, right? That one bad movement and your back goes out, right? So obviously, from an employer standpoint, you also don't want that happening on the job, on the work, not only because of the workers' comp, but also, we're not having your employee anymore that they have to leave for an extended period of time is not ideal. So what defines counter loading and floor loading from time to time may also be, something that comes from the building side of things, right? We're working with some limitations, and we can only place the machine either top or bottom. So this kind of clearly indicates a little bit when we're able to do, say, a counter height load. Typically, where we're going to put the machine is going to be in that at the bottom under the unit, right? But if we're doing a floor loading setup and we don't have a whole lot of room for the pit depth because, say, there's another floor underneath or whatever the case may be, then we have to move the location to the top. So it's always a balancing act, right? Of what we're able to do and what we can do. So for instance, from time to time, we may see that, the spec calls for 32-inch high sills for a sill loading unit across the 2 or 3 stops. Well, sometimes we may need, say, for instance, the bottom floor to be at 36 inches to be able to fit all the equipment because the drums have to be that size for that amount of travel. The rest can be 32, but the one at the bottom may need to be just a tiny bit higher to fit in the equipment. And say, if you have living space or apartments above that top floor the unit serves, well, we can't go into the ceiling either. So we have to be mindful of the amount of overhead that we have. So we'll work, generally speaking, with each application and try to make them fit as well as possible with the least intrusion as possible. Yeah, so for VRC, depending on the type of load, yes, will potentially require a pit as well. You could also do a ramp. As mentioned earlier, most commonly what we're going to see single opening and opposite opening. The adjacent 90 degrees are fairly less common just inherently by their design to, grab stuff in and out of them makes it a little bit harder. But again, we know that, we're working with limited space. We're working with spaces that are, it was never intended to be in there, but that's what we have that we can work with. So we can make that happen as well. Contrary to, say, lighter weight equipment, as you can see here, generally speaking, dumbwaiters, material lifts, and VRCs do require 2 support walls. So basically, there's always 2 rails on either side of the car. Generally speaking, to the right and to the left of the opening. When you're doing a 90-degree car, as you can see where the 7 inches mark, that's where the rails are. So generally speaking, on a 90-degree, you're going to have it on, opposite the entrances, basically, is where we're going to have the rails. In terms of speed, generally speaking, 4 stories or less, 50 feet per minute kind of makes sense. So that's the speed that a winding drum system can do. And then if anything more than that is required, say typically more than 4 stories, that's when we have to look at a traction system, which obviously brings up the cost quite a bit. So again, depending on what's hauled and what's needed, we can see what the best and most cost-effective solution is. But generally speaking, what we say is we want to stay within 30 to 45 seconds of wait time per floor, basically. So that's kind of how it's calculated. That's the rule of thumb. As I mentioned earlier, we do have mod packages, and we also have a manufacturer's application assistance program to help you basically navigate through the system and make sure that, what we're speccing makes sense and whatnot. Most of these are custom because, again, as I said, they go into places that, were never designed inherently to have any of these products go in. So we'll often work with what's available. So it's always going to be custom platform sizes, custom shafts to be able to work. And then obviously, as we saw earlier, in terms of, pit depth, in terms of overhead, there are some limitations from the job site. So we have to work around that in terms of where we're going to put the machinery, top, bottom, etc. With the doors as well, right? For the clearances and everything. If we're going to want to do biparting doors, well, we can imagine the bottom piece of the door goes down into the shaft. So if we don't have enough depth, then that door we cannot do a biparting door. So we'll have to do a flip up door. But then at that point, same thing, that will affect our overhead requirement, as we do need the full height of the door to move up into the overhead space. So we need to be aware of all those things when we're working with them. Obviously, we have technical documentation pretty much everywhere. Most manufacturers have those as well on their websites, PDFs, CADs, etc. Mod packages. Let's talk about these as well. Quite similar to passenger elevators. We can modernize the units that are already installed and kind of work with on a case-by-case basis on what actually needs to be replaced, right? Like anything that's mechanical, depending on the care the facility took for the unit or the owners took of the unit, it may not necessarily require a full replacement altogether, potentially just specific stuff. Obviously, from time to time, with code requirements, with newer stuff, some stuff may be no longer able to be manufactured, so then we may need to replace a little bit more stuff. But generally speaking, where we see quite a lot of stuff that requires maintenance, controllers, due to a lighting strike or something along those lines, right? So those can go as well. Sometimes those are the most notorious ones for no longer being manufactured, right? You had a dumbwaiter from the 70s that used archaic electronics. Chances are that stuff is no longer manufactured. So we'll have to kind of switch to something more recent, which may trigger a replacement of other stuff as well. Generally speaking, though, and the more common is going to be doors and cars, right? Those are things that we interface with daily and that, folks kind of bump into in and out nonstop with the pallets, the jacks, the boxes, et cetera, that they haul in. So an example here of that is the doors, right? So old school doors that are, starting to get rusty or, damaged, they can get replaced with newer, more modern, or even flip to automatic, for instance. Motors as well, after a certain amount of time, the ropes need to be replaced. The bearing inside the motors as well will need to be replaced. And obviously, newer units are more efficient and whatnot, so those can also be replaced just by themselves and keep whatever is left there. As I did mention earlier, controllers, that's something that we see more commonly replaced. Obviously, the older school ones no longer are typically manufactured, so we do have to switch to more PLC-based systems over time. Doors and gates, again, as I said, majority of them, I would tell you that's one of the most common requests. Car as well, right? So that's another bit of the unit that actually does get potentially can get used. A lot of restaurants will just hose it down, and oftentimes, depending on how well you keep up with the maintenance and cleanliness of it, can prolong its life. Nowadays, depending on manufacturers, but most commonly you see manufacturers kind of just stabilized on using stainless steel. It's the most durable one out there. Resists well against rusts, resists somewhat well against bumps and whatnot, and ages pretty well in the grand scheme of things versus, say, something painted as well. There's always, different ways to paint, but ultimately, with the amount of usage some of these get, it always ends up being damaged to finish. So this concludes our presentation. I hope we managed to get some new information out there and hopefully learn something a little bit about this family of products. And I believe we're also all squared away on the questions.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much, Gene. We have no questions at this time. If you do have any further questions for Gene, please make sure to use the Q&A panel so we can get that over. Thank you so much, Gene.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, everyone, here is the session code for you all, 141-180-141-180. I'll add that in the chat for you as well. 141-180. So at this time, for those of you who are new to the session code process, we're going to go over that right now. And then we'll take a little break before our next speaker, Glenn with FSR, for our next course. All right. Once again, there it is, 141-180. That is the session code. And and we're about to get into the review process right now. So you have two ways to access your ATS account. The first is via the ATS website, atsseminar.com, and the second way is via the ATS mobile app. You can access that mobile app using the QR code on the screen right now. And if you go to the account on the website, you need to open up a separate browser window because right now we're in Zoom webinar platform. So you need to go to a second window and go to atsseminar.com. Once there, you'll log in like you did when you registered for today's seminar. And again, if you'd like to enter your session codes in the app, please use the QR code on the screen. To log in, you'll enter your email address and your password. And if you get to the website and it says My Account, that means you're already logged in. Just go ahead and click on that red My Account button, and that will take you to today's agenda. And on this screen, you'll see the words Enter Session Code next to each course on today's schedule. And since we just finished our first course with Gene, Vertical Material Handling Systems and Methods, you're going to click on Enter Session Code there. And I'll take you to the session code box. In the blank entry field, you'll enter the session code. Once again, 141180. And into that blank entry field. And then you click on that dark blue circle that looks like a play button, and that will take you to the course survey. Now, this is very important, these next steps. The course survey is 6 multiple choice questions and 1 open-ended question for presenter feedback. You do need to provide feedback in order for your session code to process. Very important. You do need to provide feedback in order for your session code to process. And some presenters offer samples. So if the presenter does offer a sample, you'll have an additional question in the course survey. And once you're done, hit the Confirm My Presence button. And that will take you right back to the agenda for the day. And if everything was entered correctly, you should see Presence Confirm. So the Enter Session Code button will change into that green Presence Confirm notification. And that's it. If you have any questions, please be sure to reach out using the questions, the Q&A section of the panel, and I should be sure to get back to you there. And Kim, once again, it is 141180. 141180. Typing that to you now, Kim. There you go. All right. And let's see here. And handouts from today's speakers are also available for download from your ATS account dashboard at atsseminar.com. Francis, I'll make sure that Gene provides the handout for this presentation as well during the break. And if he does send that over, I will send that via attachment here in the webinar chat. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so I'll reach out to Gene for the handout. Sorry about that. Okay. So we do have a little bit of a time gap here before Glenn comes in. Glenn will be in at 12:10 p.m. We did finish Gene's presentation a little ahead of time. So we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned for our next presentation, and we'll see you soon. Hang tight. All right, everyone, welcome back. And we are moving on with our agenda for today. I'd like to introduce at this time Glenn with FSR, here to present Designing Low Voltage Technology Infrastructure Spaces. Glenn, how you doing?
And good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon.
hope everyone's having a wonderful afternoon. Thank you very much, Fulgen. And I'm gonna just jump right on into it. Again, we appreciate your time this afternoon, and we thank you for your participation, and especially the participation in the polls. That really helps us a lot with different things for where our company also is learning from you. So that information's very much appreciated. I'm calling from Athens, Georgia, down here in the southeast. So if you hear a y'all every now and then, just try to ignore it if I hope it doesn't offend you. But anyway, I'm gonna jump into it, and we're going to be talking again about designing low voltage infrastructure on technology spaces. And this is a area of construction that has had absolutely staggering changes over the last few years. The technology changes, everyone being thrown into basically being able to do video conferencing, and at the same time, how easy it's been to be able to do that in most cases adds a lot to what we're doing. So let's talk a little bit more specifically about spaces and their connectivity requirements. Let me also go ahead and share my screen with y'all. And they have changed the layout in this again. Share. It's just like your computers at home, ladies and gentlemen. The changes they throw at us from time to time. So thank you for that brief little intermission. So connectivity, as we know it today, has definitely changed drastically. Today, the almost everybody can get on a webcam, whether it's on your phone or tablet or whatever you may have. Smart lighting is another area that has grown twofold. The LED lighting that's primarily being used today is still 120 volt, but there are low voltage applications with this now that are opening up another whole different string of where our lighting is going to be going in the future. And that's not a maybe kind of thing. That is where it's going to be going in the future. Wireless and wired networks. Again, we just expect to be able to have very high quality conversations and videos no matter where we are today. Security is another great example. Audiovisual products have absolutely just blown up as far as the changes and everything they have in them, and how a lot of that is working, and the methods that they're being able to communicate with you and to help you. And primarily that's going to be the physical infrastructure. So on this connectivity, as I mentioned, there's just a lot that has changed. So one of the biggest areas are the areas themselves today. This is kind of the image on your screen in the top is kind of a view of what classrooms and technology may be in the future. That also could apply, however, to meetings, that type of things as well. The image in the lower right is a more traditional kind of application with the LED lighting and everything they're having. And then the bottom right-hand corner is a very interesting change in the actual furniture being provided today. I know every single person listening to this call has probably been in a meeting sometime, and where you're sitting on a long rectangular table, and you have to either look in front of or behind the person next to you to be able to see the screen. Well, the furniture companies have gotten on board with that now, and you can actually get furniture now that is designed for viewing of different screens, or for that matter, just a person that could be up there speaking. So major changes there, which I'm very happy to see for a lot of this. But the connectivity in all these rooms is going to be the same. It doesn't matter, again, if it's a hotel, if it's a regular commercial office space, all those things, it really does apply. And the other thing that applies to this is the physical infrastructure going behind that. There's a lot of information on these screens that is being brought up only because of the technology behind it, allowing you to be able to see a lot of these things, and have the connection points where they're safe, where there's no issues with wires running across the floor, and other type of information, which is obviously just a really big thing. And because we don't want that clutter, let alone the issues pointing specifically to health, safety, and welfare kind of applications. So smarter, intelligent buildings are here. People have been talking about them, they're on the move. Well, they're here now. It's amazing how many facilities have gone over to that. Facility management and more applications are completely in control of buildings. They know exactly what's going on from point to point, whether it's how much power is being used, the water usage, how many people in the building on a particular day. There's a lot more information there than it ever has been today. And a lot of that boils down to the cabling, the low voltage cabling specifically. That's basically, it's a computer type of cable. It's usually called category 6, or maybe it could be 6A. But those cables will allow you to be able to do that communication for whether it's telecommunication, whether it's a connection from your HVAC, but it gives you the ability to be able to have that communication to keep everyone there. And this definition really nails it. The structured cabling, which is what all this boils down to, is a generic telecommunications cabling system or infrastructure, emphasis on the infrastructure, for commercial buildings that will support a multi-product, multi-vendor environment. Now, 10 years ago, let alone 15, everything was completely separate. Nothing was being used on the same networks or even the same systems. Everything was totally standalone. That's completely changed now, and more they are down to just a few networks, breaking it down sometimes for security. Sometimes they'll break it down for email and the telecommunications, and then sometimes for some of the other things that are going on in the building, like maybe audiovisual. And a lot of that is for different applications. But the biggest change in all of that is how much the energy can be reduced in a particular facility by looking at some of the data that we're getting from these changes and seeing where they can all be used. For example, if there's not someone being working in a particular space for maybe a few hours, putting a sensor in there, a simple motion sensor, will allow you to say, okay, there's no one here, no one's been moving for a few minutes, so I'm going to shut this area down. So they can not just dim the lights, but they can shut off the HVAC for that particular area for a while. So it adds a lot to your capital expenditures, or CapEx as a lot of people call it, to be able to have all this working. The other difference is some of the new low voltage technology is allowing people to power different devices that formerly were doing 120 volts, and they're powering it with a low voltage source instead, which brings the efficiency again up. A great example is most of us for our laptops have a cable, and it goes to a little brick in line. They've gotten smaller, luckily, but it's still a little brick, and then it's plugged into the wall. There are applications now where you can go directly into your computer from some of these power sources and not have the inefficiency of having that transformer, which not only puts out heat, it also takes power to actually make that work to convert it. So they're bypassing that transformer, and in the process, they're making things a lot more efficient, and also, in most cases, a whole lot easier to use. There's actually a couple hotels in the United States that have been talked about a pretty good bit. One of them is the Sinclair in Fort Worth, Texas. They changed out all of the low voltage and the high voltage lighting to low voltage, and now everything is interior and exterior is now running on low voltage communications. By doing that and making some other changes, like some of the shears in the hotel rooms, some of the fans, even the refrigerators have been swapped out, and they're now working off of low voltage instead of 120 volts. By doing this, they made the Sinclair Hotel over 40% more efficient than previously before they had that low voltage equipment. A major change. There's also a hotel in New Haven, Connecticut called I'm sorry, the I'm drawing a blank. The Hotel Marcel, excuse me. And the Hotel Marcel is the first net zero energy hotel in the world. So they literally have over 1,000 solar panels, and by using this and some of the other technology that's available, they are completely off the grid. They are, of course, connected to the grid during the day. They're actually putting power back into the community. And then at night, they can either come off of the grid, or they can use their own battery backup systems. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. But let's look at some smart design trends that are out there and kind of see where some things are going. One major trend that was just not very common a little while back is multi-purpose rooms and having a room that's designed specifically for all sorts of different projects. So in the morning, it could be a lunchroom. Mid-morning, it could be a classroom. Lunchtime is a lunchroom again. And in the afternoon, it could be a collaboration room or who knows what other options that they have there for being able to do that. And that also, though, brings up a lot of challenges as far as how that's going to be done. How do you handle the power so that can be done efficiently and not have electrical strips laying around all over the floor for people to possibly trip over? So that's a nice major change in how that's working. Another change in these facilities are facility management themselves now are actually over, in a lot of cases, the IT and the audiovisual department. And that again can make them much more efficient and allow them to again be in complete control. So if you know a room is going to be used tomorrow afternoon, you can make sure that the HVAC is going to be right. You can make sure that all the food and drink or whatever else may be needed in there, table changes, whatever they may need for that particular room, and you can make all of that happen. Collaboration a few years ago was just kind of a buzzword. Now it's pretty much expected. And there are some companies that have been way ahead of that in the whole collaboration process. And one of them is a major soft drink manufacturer in the state of Georgia. And they probably 10 years ago started changing out a lot of their larger conference rooms and made them into smaller conference rooms. And by getting the right people into those rooms, they were much more efficient than they'd ever been. They got a lot more done in a shorter period of time. So there are a lot of applications where all this kind of play into what they're doing, and it makes it a whole lot more efficient. And the actual applications of where this is going, again, will also show in some of the other new trends coming up. Another nice trend is in workspace technology. And again, this could be a hospital, it could be a hotel, whatever it may be. And that is the ability for being on live webinars or just web conferencing. You can now buy one sound bar, like the one that you're seeing on the upper left-hand side of the screen, and that one bar can have a camera in it. It will have the microphones in it, as well as the speakers for you to hear everything that's going on in the room. It makes it much more efficient. The wires are less, and the quality is still very good. The image on the lower left-hand side of the screen is a new system that's called a microphone array. Looks similar to a ceiling tile, and it's almost the same size, but it allows you to have multiple microphones that will literally track. And yes, I know it's come up probably already today, but they're using AI to be able to follow people as they move around the room, as different conversations pick up and everything. The audio is so clear on some of these systems that it makes it sound like if you close your eyes for a minute, they're in the room with you. The quality is just that good. We didn't have that technology, previous to this, and it's also made it a whole lot better. Likewise, on the camera that's sitting below the TV in this application, they have a single button, and now again through AI, they can actually track a speaker. So if that speaker is moving around, literally moving around the room a lot, the camera can move and keep up with that person. If you tell it to, it won't do it randomly. Another application is that if you've got a application like today, you're seeing a little bit of my background behind me. They can actually tighten that up if it's just one person. But then if another person comes into the room, the screen will double and you'll be able to see both people and a little bit of the background behind it. Likewise, if 3 or 4 of it spreads out and as they leave again, it would go back. But that eliminates a lot of the background, which can sometimes distract people during those conferences. And again, it's not more expensive. And actually, the technology for this has really come down also price-wise, which is a wonderful thing. The image on the right-hand side of the screen is not a large TV. This is a new technology that's called DVLED. It's direct view light emitting diodes. So basically, it's like your TV at home, but it's little tiles. They can be as small as 6 inches or as big as a couple feet wide, or probably larger for some of the bigger outdoor applications that you see. And those tiles are put together and assembled, and then you can determine the size of the display of what you want to show on there and the area that you have to work with. So you're no longer limited to working with just a fixed borderline if you don't want to. If you want to make it wider, you can make it wider. So if you can go with an application where you're just showing some basic advertising, you can do that. If you want something like the fish tank type of image that we're showing on the screen here, you can do that. Also, depending on what you're using, you can get it more or less expensive depending on the how high definition that you want that image to be. So if you want to literally where you can go like 4 feet away from it and still think you're looking directly into an aquarium, you can do that, or it can be less expensive and then just give you a larger area for just basic signage and that type of thing, but still be very clear and be very easy to use. Now, one area that most people don't ever get to see is this is what it looks like behind that DV LED wall display. There is a lot of connectivity there, and this one is actually cleaner than some of them I've seen. They do have the power there, as you can see, and all the connectivity between these. And in this case, they just put the displays on top of that, the little individual panels, and they're all linked together, and then they can arrange them so they're physically where they need to be and give you a good, clear, very crisp image. But I always like showing this to let people see what's behind the curtain, so to speak. Another great application out there for technology changes is some of the acoustical treatments. 10, 15 years ago, maybe less than that, if you wanted to put some acoustical treatments up, most people cringed because the fabrics they had were awful. The colors were worse. It looked like there was something that was in the garbage bin at a one of these large shopping places where people just didn't want to buy the clothes. As you can see the image on the right, whether you like that or don't like it, it is still a very nice way to fix the acoustics in this room. And the acoustics in this room were going to be a problem because of several factors, but the biggest one is the live surfaces. So the table, you're going to get a lot of bounce acoustically from the table because it's a tight surface. The same with the windows on both sides. That is would give you a room where the sound is going to want to bounce around if they hadn't put the acoustical tiles in here. And I think it looks pretty sharp. Likewise, if you're looking at the image on the left, that room originally was a poured floor on the concrete, which looked excellent. And literally where the two screens split, that is where the elevators are. So not very long after they opened, they did not have the acoustical tiles on the top. They did not have the carpet there. You could hear the elevator ding in almost every conversation walking across that whole lobby on almost the whole floor. It was not good. So they went back after it had opened and they put in the acoustical treatments that you're seeing in the ceiling. They've got some nice color variations to them. They also have built-in low voltage lighting on these same acoustical treatments on these pieces. So another nice change. They also put the carpet down, and between those two, it's greatly reduced the sound ability that was in that room later on. So the before and after was absolutely a completely different game-changing ability for them to be able to use the facility better. Another example of workspace technology is that simple little light that you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen. This is a display area for a retail vendor, and the lights that you're seeing are not only lights for that area, but they are also speakers, and they're also the wireless access point devices. So by having all those things into that, it's giving you a lot of ability to clean things up. You have one cable going to that whole fixture, and that's actually going very nicely and cleanly down one of the support posts. And it just gives you another great example of some changes that we're looking at. Another major change in technology is what I spoke of a little bit earlier on. The image you're seeing in the upper left-hand side is the Hotel Marcel, the first ever um, um, hotel that has absolutely no power requirements to it. It's the first net zero hotel. The ability by having all the roughly over 1,000 solar panels, And they've even done some other tricks inside. For example, the elevator. When the elevator is going down, it's using the same braking technique that a lot of the electrical cars use to maximize and get power from that. So everything they're doing is focused on that, and it has allowed them to literally make huge changes that no one has ever been able to do before in a hotel. There are a lot of presentations out there available that speak specifically on this hotel. And if you're interested, stay tuned to ATS. There's some that they can supply you with in the future. The devices you're seeing on the right-hand side are something that is called, they are called servers, but this is a new technology called digital electricity. If you haven't heard of it, and a lot of people still haven't, even though it's been out there for well over 10 years, more like 15, the technology is what is being used to power a lot of larger buildings for like all their wireless access points. So they're all over the place, giving you the ability to power different devices up to a mile away. This is something we never had before. It's also called fault managed power. And you're going to be seeing a lot more about that as time goes on. But one of the most amazing parts of it is the cabling is very small. The copper that's used in the cabling is probably 25% of what the normal copper that you're using in applications for 120 volt power today. It's basically it's a unique cable that has been specified for this. This has been approved by the National Electrical Codes, so it's not something that's, out there in technology. But what's really interesting is this wiring is designed so it does not require any conduit, even though there can be high voltages going across it. Because it's digital, it's also very safe, and the first time something touches it, or if it shorts to a ground, it shuts that port out in fractions of a second, and then gives you the ability for it not to have anything until that port is cleared and the problem is removed, and then you're having that ability. So this means in a large building, you'll have very little conduit in the building. You'll also have a lot less copper in the building, which is going to save everybody for new construction, cost a lot of money to make this work. And again, for more information on this, y'all can look at it on the web. It's just amazing where this is going. And this whole digital electricity, fault managed power, and it's also called Type 4 wiring by the National Electrical Codes. So all this said, more technology does mean more connection points. Now, that does not mean that you're going to have more wires in the ceiling. It just means you're going to have more points in different areas. And we're going to talk about some of those applications specifically and how those things work. But let me tell you about a little case study here. This is the Andrew Young Building, which is part of the Georgia State University system in Atlanta, Georgia. Their specialty is being, for their technical people, is what I call being tagged it, and they're given a building. So they could be given a building that was an old bank. It could be a old hotel. There was one of their more unique applications. The first building they owned was actually one of the very first automobile hotels in Atlanta, Georgia. Had custom patented ramps and everything for it. That was their first building. They also have the original stadium for the Olympics. That is also part of their property now as part of the long-term plan that has been turned over to Georgia State University and their football teams. But going back to this particular building, it has one of the most unique backgrounds of any building I have heard of in the United States. And the reasons for the changes have still been a little bit blurry. So if anybody has heard of this before, I'd love to see that in one of the notes. But this building is a 7-story building that is part of the Andrew Young School of Policy Studies. So they have a lot of international people coming in there for different things, looking at financial and other things there. And this is also in the corner of Atlanta called Five Points. It's a very popular area. And yes, one of those 5 Point streets is a Peachtree Street, and it's actually the Peachtree Street in downtown Atlanta. But here is the crazy part. This is what the building looked like before. It was a 17-story building called the Fourth National Bank. It was finished in 1905. It opened on New Year's Day and in 1905. And the crazy thing is, it was built using electric and steam powered rivets on the iron girders. It was one of the very first skyscrapers in Atlanta at a whopping 17 stories, but for the early 1900s, that was a lot. But what's more interesting about it is they put the vault in, obviously, that has to go into the ground. They literally put that in and then built the building around it because it was so intense and so very, very large. It's literally large enough for classes to be held in there now, which is part of what they're doing with it today. It's still intact, even with all the safety deposit boxes. But in 1966, for reasons I still have not been able to dig into and find out as far as a real reason, they took off the top 10 floors of the building. They didn't demo the whole building. They just took off the top 10 floors and left it as it was, as a 7-story building. And eventually that was again turned over to Georgia State University, and they have done a remarkable job of putting all that together. But this said, the biggest takeaway, and part of the reason why I bring this up, is Georgia State University, like a lot of other universities in the United States, have their own team of installation people for all low voltage systems. So whether it's IT, whether it's telecommunications, whether it's audiovisual, they have their own teams that install all of these products. So one of the things that I have learned from them is by having the correct physical infrastructure, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes, in place when they go in to actually start doing the installation of these products, makes all the difference in the world. All the difference in the world. And by having that physical infrastructure there, makes their installations clean, fast, and also allows them to be able to quickly make changes. So when you have moves, additions, and changes, they can respond to it much quicker by having this infrastructure there where they need it. So let's talk about connectivity where you need it. This is an application of obviously it's a conference room. We're kind of giving you an X-ray view of what a television would look like, but what's more important is what's behind it. This is not true for conference rooms. It's true for a lot of the applications you see in malls, airports, hotels, etc. And when you're looking at these things, just keep in mind there is not only power back there to actually power the display itself, but there's usually additional products back there. At the airports, it's probably a media player of some kind. It could be a mini PC to actually give you the images that you're looking at. But in a conference room like this, you can have an IT switch in there, you can have a small amplifier, you can have switchers, you can have all sorts of other different products in there that allow you to be able to make the most of the room, but you don't see anything. It gives it a very clean design. And I don't know about everybody else out there, but it drives me crazy when I see a nice, pretty display up there and you see wires coming down below it. It's just, there's just much easier ways to do this and to do it well. So let's talk first about connectivity in the floor. There is a major trend in the way most of the buildings are being built today where they're minimizing the penetrations in the floor. And that's giving you electrical outlets and network connections, that type of thing where they're needed, but it's more limited than what it's been before. Some of that is because of the new buildings when they're going up, if they don't have a specific design for it, maybe it's just a room for just traditional commercial businesses. They don't know where everything is going to need to go, so they make some assumptions and put the different devices where they think that they're going to be used. But when other companies come in behind them with these short-term leases, that it's all at the best most of the retail people are going to be able to do, and that's retail, of course, as well as commercial real estate. Those applications are very limited. You're doing good to get a 10 or 15-year lease from what they're telling me, let alone a 25 or a 30 years. So you're going to want to, again, not let them make major changes, to especially things like the floor where you're going to have to get a mechanical engineer in there to do if you do want to make those changes. It minimizes everything. So in doing that and doing it correctly, a lot of the things that people are doing out there is they're putting, in some cases, larger boxes out there. A lot of times with the round poke throughs, but for applications where they know they're going to be needing more, it's a traditional, more of a square box, a floor box. So let's talk about a couple of those applications and where those are going in. First, the concrete applications where you're slab on grade. It's a pretty easy application. The pan goes down. The electricians secure it where it's not going to be able to move with the gravel and everything as you're seeing here in this image. And then they put the cabling directly to it. And by having that pan in there, as you're seeing, it prevents wickage, which will keep water from actually rising up from the ground to give you problems later on. Very good, clean application. The other applications are from anything fire rated have to be at least thought about. If it's a second story, if you're going over a parking deck, anywhere in those areas, you will need a fire rated floor box. This is probably one of the biggest problems I have seen in systems designs by MEPs is they think if they're putting in a small, like a 2 or 3 inch box into the slab, that they don't have to worry about the fire rating, and that is incorrect. If a local fire inspector does look at that and notices what's going on, which I think some people may be thinking about that and hoping they kind of get away with it, in this case, though, it would not allow them to have the correct permits or the correct installation for that to physically work. Poke throughs, as y'all probably know, have a built-in system for protecting the fire from below, and this is one reason why they're very popular. Generally now, when they're being done, a 4 or 6 or maybe even an 8 or 10 inch sleeve is wrapped and put in place. And then when they pour the floor, that gives them that hole for where they can actually put that poke through in later. This is definitely much smarter because it can put it in a much more exact location where you want it beforehand than having somebody come in later and drill and core the floor so they can put one in later. Missing some of the conduits and the cabling and that type of thing that's in the floor afterwards, let's just say it doesn't always go very well. So it's better if they're thinking about those applications, whatever size poker they want, to go ahead and put that sleeve in ahead of time. This is a failure I've seen quite a few times, and unfortunately, in some applications, it has caused people a lot of trouble to have to put something in later. The image you're seeing in front of you is a great design of a very easy method to do this. When this box is being installed, they simply just tack weld or tack screw this pan that you're seeing in place. They do the pour after the floor box has been physically put in location. They fill it to where it's normally going to be, and there's absolutely no issues and no problems, giving you the connections and everything you need for that particular physical space. One great example of that is in the front of a presentation room, obviously, where you may have different microphones and other connections that you may need, maybe send a hardwired network. And in some cases today, a lot of the hotels I've seen, they're actually even putting fiber directly out into some of these ballrooms because they're trying to future-proof what we're going to be doing 10 years from now. By putting the box in like you're showing, it not only gives you a correct fire rating, it can actually give you a 3-hour listing where a 2-hour is all that's really required for these. And as it says here, that's UL 263, the code for that. So it's very important that the mechanical and the electrical engineering people put in the correct boxes in the correct place so you don't have problems later on and they end up having to tear up the floor. It's not anything anybody wants to go tell their boss later on, or let alone the client later on. The one plus about a lot of these devices, though, is the actual covers themselves. Aesthetically, some manufacturers have kind of gotten a hint and they realize that they need to provide some color. They need to provide some options other than just a big shiny brass or a black image, so that their things can possibly actually match the furniture better than what's been done before. And there are companies here in the United States that have actually done this. So they are actually paying attention to what some of the interior designers and some of the architects that we've talked to have. And with that said, that brings us to our first poll question. Fulgen?
All right, let's do it. How often is your firm designing wall enclosures? Wait, I have it different from yours, Glenn. Should I launch another one?
Yes, please.
All right. Sorry about that, folks. Let's find the correct one. The floor boxes one. Here we go. How often is your firm designing floor boxes? And we'll give you 60 seconds for that. We have a question from Rock, Glenn. Isn't low voltage vulnerable to outside electrical impulses? And since low voltage apparatuses wrap the building while the existing applications are short, runs with lower vulnerability?
No, that is not true. That is not true. The way that the systems are today, they're much more sound than they ever have been before. And also that low voltage cable has it's actually being used now anyway. Your phones are a great example of that. Most of the office phones, whether it's a hotel or a commercial business, all of those hotels are using the same kind of wiring, and it's rare for most people to have even a small hiccup with that.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and end this poll now. Thank you for those who participate in the poll. Go ahead and share those results. So we have 28% designing floor boxes and poke-throughs often, 8% designing only poke-throughs, 8% avoid using them as they're unattractive aesthetically, 33% seldom designing floor penetrations, and 24% will leave that decision up to the electrical engineers.
So this is right on cue with that trend. Thank you, Fulgen.
Thank
This
you.
is right on cue with exactly what we're seeing for different applications. That unfortunately brings up a problem. So if you have an office space and you're needing to get power to another location, you have a couple choices. If they're not allowing you to do the floor penetrations, then that means you're going to have something else. You can do trenching, which means they'll have to still cut into the concrete. They have to pull the carpet back. It's a wet process, so they have to make sure that there's no problem with anything there actually getting wet or whatever. Or you can use some of the newer raceway. And gosh, 10 years ago, the raceway options weren't good. They were actually pretty bad. A lot of them had screws in them and stuff that would come loose. They would rattle as you walked across them. Not anymore. There are systems out there now that are designed where you can literally roll a 10,000-pound cart over the floor raceway and it not have a problem with that. Physically, they're very strong. Aesthetically, they have different colors now, and they also are very small in what one architect called he called it a bump space, which I thought was a little different. But they do meet all ADA requirements. This said, when we were doing an ATS presentation in Atlanta, Georgia, a Hispanic woman came up to me, and she was an architect, after, and said, "I have a question for you on the floor raceway." And I said, "What's that?" And she looked at me and she said, "Do you know that women have radar?" And I said, "No, ma'am, I did not know that." And I said, "Well, I'd love for you to tell me why." And she said, "When we're walking, we're not consciously doing it, but we're walking, especially if you like," she said, and I'm quoting her here, "if you wear high heels like I do, you want to make sure that you're not going to step in anything bad. So you're constantly scanning when you're walking to make sure there's not going to be a grate or a system like that." She said, "There are systems out there that are under the carpet." And she said, "Aesthetically, they're the best. You can't touch them. They are just so wonderful because you don't see a thing." But she said in application, it's the opposite. Because you can't see something underneath the carpet, it becomes very much of a trip hazard. If you can see that it's whether it's the simple black one that you're seeing here, or maybe the aluminum you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen, it's something to tell someone that there is a bump coming, if you want to call it that, as the one architect did. And it gives you a visual way to actually see that. But the cabling communications underneath these things and in these cabling systems even though they go directly onto the floor, is also very, very clean. They allow for a lot of low voltage and a lot of power to be going out to the different desks and those different areas there. And it eliminates those ugly power poles that no one likes. You can either go down an area where you can run conduit, say, to go back behind a support post. You can go down the walls as you're seeing here, which unfortunately, if that's a brick wall, you only have some applications and so much you can really do with that. But it does give you a clean way to be able to do this and to have that wires and the technology that meets your customers' requirements, even in some of these areas where they can be very computer heavy with that technology and get you around that. The other thing about these raceways, if you have an application where you're in a historical building, or in the area like around Washington, D.C., and some of the areas up there, a lot of times that floor below you may be something classified, or it may be a company that just does not want to allow people in there to do the coring and to do some of the other ability to bring the cables in. You're pretty much stuck with looking at some type of raceway to make that happen. So it does give you a great way to be able to get that communication where it needs to be and to allow you to do it cleanly and aesthetically much more appealing. The other application where we're looking at multi-purpose rooms comes up a lot today. And as you can see, this particular room, each of those locations have power. They actually have multiple power there. The circuits are coming up out of a box that did come through out of a floor raceway. And you'll notice that the walls here, you can't really tell from this view, but that is actually a air conditioning and HVAC system. So it is roughly 8 inches off of the floor, so they could not run power from that particular side if they wanted to, because it's pretty much a complete wraparound with the exception of a few pillars here and there. But the way they did this system is they're using a new system that's available today for electrical power that can actually be hot swapped without any concern of somebody getting electrocuted without an electrician doing the changes. Now, that's not going to be true in New York City and Chicago and some other places where they have a completely different set of rules for how electrical is applied to this. But these systems that are available and meet all NECA requirements for the the National Electrical Code requirements nationwide, and it gives you that ability to be able to put these systems in. And it's also true for Canada and a lot of other areas as well. Matter of fact, parts of the system are actually made in Canada. But the system is very clean, just allows you to easily move cables without having those ugly cables rolling around on the floor and getting in people's way. It just makes it a very nice and very clean application for how that's actually being used. The next application is for connectivity in the walls. This is another part, this is another building that's part of the University, sorry, not the University of Georgia, the Georgia State University in downtown Atlanta. In this case, for reasons unknown, they decided to leave the 22-foot ceiling in place. This was a lobby of a former bank, another bank, and I think it was originally one of the trust company banks. And because of the fact that they did not change out the ceiling height in this room, and the fact that there's like 40 people working in here, it's a very hard room to use because of the fact that the noise is just so bad. They've tried sound masking. You can see the blue and white panels in the back for acoustical treatments, but nothing is really helping. It's just a part of a problem. But I only mention that because it's just something that has come up several times in some of the different systems and designs I've seen for Georgia State University. Now, what we're seeing here specifically, though, on that wall is a vertical display of a flat screen TV. In this case, they had a lot of equipment that they had to put in there. It had to meet ADA requirements because it was going into a lobby. So they ended up doing a little bit of trickery, putting in the wall box behind it and running all the electrical to it and everything. It was completely hidden. Even coming up to the side of it, you cannot see any of the cables because it was very well installed with the correct physical infrastructure up front. But it allows them to be able to have the technology needed for the digital signage, as well as an amplifier for a small set of speakers in the lobby, as well as some other IT equipment that was also located there. So that said, it did take a little bit of planning, but they were able to do that and to do it cleanly in the application that they had and meet the national electrical codes and the ADA requirements for the wall. So that said, Fulgen, this takes us to number 2.
Excellent. Here, relaunch. And here we go. How often is your firm designing wall enclosures?
So your choices are designing wall enclosures often, avoid using them as they are unattractive aesthetically, seldom designing wall enclosures, or we leave that entirely up to the electrical engineers.
And we have another question from Rocca. When it comes to the installation, there is shared location for different disciplines and authorities connect with the building smart system. Where would this connection happen?
This is part of the low voltage systems, which you can actually have IT and audiovisual cables next to each other. But some of the exceptions for that are like the speaker would have power on it, so that has to be isolated. But even the telecommunications now, that is all that can all be used in that same area, and even those applications where they're powering the phones remotely with what's called PoE or power over the Ethernet, those can all go into the same conduit today. So again, major changes with the National Electrical Code. There's another major change coming next year where there's going to be a lot more conversation about the fault managed power and the low voltage lighting, as well as a lot of other low voltage power changes coming in. Because there's several manufacturers now that are making this digital electricity and offering that to the designers today.
Thank you, Glenn. Let's go ahead and share the results. 36% designing wall closures often, 5% avoid using them, 44% seldom designing, and 15% we leave that up to the electrical engineers.
Okay, interesting spread on that. Okay, very good. Thank you, Fulgen. So now moving on, another application where you're going to be using something like this could be going up on a firewall. And I bring that up because a lot of times you've got those long corridors in facilities, and most of the time those long corridors are also fire rated walls. They have a 1-hour fire rating. At least that's pretty much the standard in most places in the United States, with the exception of being around stairwells and elevators. There, it's around those, they have different requirements. But most of the fire rated walls are a 1-hour requirement. If you're wanting to put a large screen display up, where a lot of people do today, they want to have something else in those corridors except for just a blank white wall or even maybe artwork. They want to be able to put some of the digital signage up, especially with the wonderful and incredible designs that people are coming up with for a lot of these TVs and the displays today. If you're putting anything like that into a fire rated wall, it must meet the 1-hour ratings that they have for these wall boxes. So there actually is a wall behind this particular application. We did superimpose the boxes you're seeing on the left, but it gives you the ability then to be able to do this because the other side of this wall was a corridor where a corridor ended. So when you're looking at these things, a lot of the engineers may or may not know that this technology is available today for you to be able to have a fire rated wall enclosure. But it does meet all of the National Electrical Code requirements. They have been installed, in my knowledge, to every state in the United States and a lot of places in Canada. California, with some of their rules and regulations, they put a lot of them in out there. And they do meet all the requirements, as well as having electrical outlets internally in here just to make it easy for you to be able to wire everything up. But as Rocco mentioned earlier, the low voltage is in a separate area from the 120 volts and the power. That, as if you're looking at the top of this, you can actually, up here, you can see this is where the electrical power would be coming into. And then at the bottom, they've got another one down here, which you can't see because of the location. But all these others are for different areas and different technologies. There is a divider in the top part of this with single gang spaces, kind of like what you're seeing here on the bottom, that allow you to be able to put, it could be the network communications, it could be a microphone jack, it could be anything that may be needed for this application to go behind the flat screen display. The actual feed for the cable TV system would be another great example of that. And we do give you plenty of outlets, as you can see, are the knockouts for different applications that the different companies would be providing for the designers. Another application that's very new is masonry wall boxes. Up until just a couple years ago, no one made a box that would allow you to more or less replace most of a standard masonry 8x8x16 block. So there are companies out there now that are actually making a box that will allow you to have something to go behind a flat screen TV. It could be in a cafeteria area where you're wanting to just have some communications there of some sort. It could be a microphone location. It could be a lot of different options there for different control for audiovisual, or again, control for maybe the signage board in a gymnasium. You have a lot of applications there of where that can actually work and how those things are enclosed. There's also boxes that are made to go backstage in the auditoriums. This is wonderful compared to what most people were doing before by putting a big box on the outside of the masonry block wall and post installation or post construction, and having that questionable ADA issue there by having something outside of the wall. It's also pretty bad for backstages because they paint everything black. So it is not the least thing you want to do if you can avoid it, is to have these boxes there where the power connections and the audio connections and the video connections and everything, broadcast connections, all that would be exposed on the wall, and makes for a much cleaner installation and a safer one at all. Definitely helping with the health, safety, and welfare applications. And Fulgen, this brings us to number 3 on our polls in our last one.
Awesome. Does your firm work with masonry block in their designs? Simple yes or no. And while they're answering that, Charles asks, how deep are those masonry wall boxes?
They're roughly 4 inches deep.
Awesome. And Rock
So that gives
asks,
you plenty of room for different audiovisual interfaces and other things.
perfect. And Rock asks, when these cables are running down a corridor, what kind of maintenance availability would it have? And then security of these cables?
Well, they'd be in conduit in this application, so security would not be an issue with the wall boxes. As far as the excuse me, as far as the accessibility, that it's easy. That the one that has designs specifically for access has a locking door, but it does not have to be locked. You can just twist the connector on it and it will close the box if you don't have the key. If you have the key and you need to lock it, then obviously you can lock it open or lock it closed.
Awesome. Thank you to those who participated in the poll. I'm going to go ahead and end it now and share the results. So, Glenn, we have 86% yes.
Okay, pretty consistent with a lot of what we're doing today. Excellent. Thank you again very much for participating in the polls. We really do appreciate that. So connectivity in the tables. This is another area of the Georgia State University building, the Andrew Young building, and they were wanting to make this conference room there for the international studies. But as they started working on the steps, they realized that thick concrete there was actually above the vault, and they were not going to be able to do anything with that. So they put in a lift for accessibility for that particular area. The area you're seeing on the right-hand side, in the back area, you can see the tables for the interpreters in this room. And there's just 3 table boxes in that long facility, but it's designed where everyone still has under the table access to charging and to plug their laptops in if they need to do that. Table connections, they have also changed. Many years ago, we would just, if we were doing an installation on a system for IT or for AV, you would cut a hole out in the table, mount the box, and move on. Well, a lot of people don't want that now. So at that point, if they don't want you to make any holes in the table, which I understand, then they have to either mount it under the table, or they can clip it onto the backside or mount it permanently in the backside of the table. And the primary use for these table boxes today is pretty much twofold. It is for power, electrical power for plugging in like a laptop or a larger charger, and then charging stations, which as y'all probably all know is either USB-A or USB-C for our phones today. That is a new standard in the world, the USB-C charging, and the new iPhones are also going to have that from what I've been told. And the last but not least is connectivity in the ceiling. There are a lot of ceiling enclosures available today that give you easy access. It's also secure. They're lockable, and it gives you an area to put some equipment in some facilities where you may be able to avoid having those credenzas or let alone those ugly equipment cabinets that nobody really wants to see. Here's a great example at, again, the Georgia State University for their Panthers stadium for their football players. This is a ceiling enclosure, as you can see. It looks kind of like just a vent area for maybe an HVAC. But in case you can't see it, if you all can all see my cursor, that box is located right here. It's right next to everything else, so it does give you a very clean ability to be able to have different equipment that has to be localized to have the functionality of the room as they need it. And then another thing about putting in these ceiling enclosures, which are in some cases are also called zone enclosures in the IT world, it allows you to be able to make quicker changes when you have those moves, additions, and changes. So whether it's adding a telephone into the system, whether it's a new network device for a wireless access point, because even wireless access points do require cabling, it just makes any of those changes quick and easy to get to. So that said, the major takeaways from today's presentations, when you're looking at more connectivity, it does sometimes require more physical infrastructure. That does not mean more wiring, but more connections and more connection points. Low voltage systems are going to be in very high demand in the future as we're starting to look at smart building applications by changing so much of this power systems out and the efficiency. Again, if you've not looked up fault managed power, it's definitely be something for everyone to read up on. It is a major change that is coming. I don't think we're really going to get to vote on it. When you're looking at efficiency and having spaces more green than we are, less power, that type of things, you're going to run with low voltage systems in the long run. Almost every room where people meet need to have the ability for video conferencing. I think most people understand that now. The good news is you can bring one laptop in and you can kind of get by, but it's better if it's a conference room or a room that's kind of multi-purpose that you have that thought in mind when you're doing that. And the other thing is there's a major trend, and some of the companies like Google and some of the other things are getting all the people together for the low voltage systems. And as you can see, that's a lot now. You know, you've got security, you've got HVAC, you've got audio, you've got video, you've got the IT people, etc. All these people, and having them meet in the same rooms, or at least in the same conference call, and having conversations. And this is the people installing the equipment and the end users for what they're needing to use, what they're expecting. And it's amazing the outcomes. The end users coming into the new facility have much more ownership now because they've been able to talk about everything they're really needing to do. So it's a wonderful thing that really helps out. It sounds like common sense, but that's kind of where it is. So wrapping that up today, FSR is a major manufacturer. We have multiple factories in New Jersey. Everything is designed and made in factories in the United States. So everything, we've not having any issues with tariffs. You don't have any issues with availability, things coming from other locations. It's all pretty quick and pretty easy. We have multiple types of ceiling enclosures available for you for those applications. And if there's any questions, please jot down my phone number and my email address. If you've got a question, please give me a shout. We'd love to be able to talk to you about any questions or go over anything else that you may have regarding today's presentation.
Thank you so much. Glenn, we have 1 minute for one more question. Rock is asking about redundancy in case of failures.
Definitely something that networks fit into better than the regular electrical kind of application, the higher voltage. I'm not anti-high voltage. It's just when you look at the options that are out there, redundancy is a very good thing. By having some of the different products out there today in the low voltage area, it's actually going to increase your redundancy by a lot.
Glenn, excellent presentation. Thank you so much, as always.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, everyone, there is your next session code, 141204, 141204. If you submitted any questions anonymously, please repost your question as non-anonymous so that could be included in the Q&A report. Thank you so much in advance. You should receive a message also privately there as well. Please repost your question as non-anonymous. Go ahead and
thanks for some of the comments in the chat area too. I'd very much appreciate John's comments to some of the people here. It's really is amazing where things are going today. So I want to thank you all. And Fulton,
thank you so much.
On you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Everyone have a great day.
Have a great day as well. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Once again, 141204, 141204. Another excellent presentation from Glenn at FSR. The session code is in the chat for you as well, 141204. Feel free to enter all your session codes before the end of the day at atsseminar.com. And if you need help with anything, please use the Q&A panel. And please remember not to post as anonymous because we cannot include those in the Q&A report. We need your identity. Very, very important. At this time, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back at 1:30 p.m. with a word from our sponsor, Lincora. Hang tight. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from a break. I'd like to introduce you at this time to Fred with Lincora, our sponsor for today.
Diligence, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you? I'm well.
Good, good. It's
Well,
been some time.
yes.
Summer's treating you well.
Yes, you as well.
Fantastic.
Welcome
Just
back.
came back from a few weeks vacation. So yeah,
Perfect.
back and alive and kicking. So I'll go ahead and share our screen here. Let me know that you have the full screen version here.
Yes, we have full screen and you are all set. Take it away.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fred. I am with Lincora Lockers, where we actually help you imagine your locker and where custom is a standard. We basically have the dimensional capabilities of the windows and doors manufacturers, but with lockers. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that within this very fast-paced 10-minute quick overview of Lincora Lockers. So we've been manufacturing lockers for 50 years. This year, we were founded in 75. We're certified ISO 9001. We are based out of Montreal up here in Canada, and our products are 100% Canadian made. But we sell lockers in the States on weekly basis for all sorts of projects. Again, what we manufacture are metal lockers of all sorts. For different applications. We service these different markets, education, of course, being a pretty large one. And we just came out of our very hectic period here. As you can understand, all the schools want their lockers by the time the students come back. So this has been quite a season for us. Healthcare, obviously, we do a lot of lockers with healthcare. We've done many hospitals here in Montreal and across North America. Public safety is where we excel quite a bit. We manufacture lockers for our heroes, for people that are our first responders, and you'll see I'll have a few little pictures about that. Other markets, we include in there mines, manufacturing companies, distribution, IT business, government agencies. So we cover the entire scope of the market. We perform well on large and complex projects. We are a project-based manufacturer. We minimize your risk and ensure your complete satisfaction from the beginning. We are with you every step of the way, and we add value in offering lockers that are durable. We offer customization at absolutely no extra costs. Again, we're like a windows and doors manufacturer. You can obtain or get specified lockers in any sizes. There is a certain range, but I'll be diving deeper into that a little later on. And we have an advisory approach. The users, generally speaking, are not well served. We make sure that they are here at Lincora, and we address the storage needs, the available space to adapt the locker to all this. We believe that durability is key, and to protect the environment, first and foremost, we make durable products. By the way, our products can be used and are designed to support your LEED certifications. If you're working on LEED building projects, we can help you. We offer the environmental product declaration for LEED certification on the buildings, and we also offer the health product declaration as well. So if you're working on LEED, we can help you with that. What makes our products premium? They're all welded, as opposed to the second way of assembling lockers, which is riveted. So all welded provides better structural integrity, of course, more durability, abuse resistance. Our products are aesthetic. They're furniture-like, top quality. You'll see in the pictures I have coming soon, and they are quiet in their operation. You eliminate the squeaks and rattles by welding the lockers, as opposed to what you see on the screen here, which is a riveted locker. You can see that the seams, you can see that the components they don't come together as strongly with rivets. This is not what we do in Lincora. What we do is what you see on the screen now, all welded. And a few things we take care of to make sure that the products are durable is we'll slope the bottoms towards the front. We perforate for additional ventilation and to exit the water outside of the locker. You don't want that humidity to stay. Humidity is the enemy. We want to make sure that the locker basically breathes. So we make sure that we have the right amount of perforations. We elevate the lockers on the bases. The bases here at Lincora, always made of a steel called galvanneal, more protection, more resistance against corrosion. We offer Also options for stainless steel, whether it's the base or even the entire locker, because you want to avoid this at all costs. Locker bottoms that rust out. So based on the design features I just showed you, we avoid this and we try to avoid corrosion over time. We operate with 12 standard colors, but we'll work with any reference, Pantone, RAL, anything that you want to throw at us. We'll adapt. And designers, architects have a lot of fun with our products. We like these projects that are colorful. They make the environments a lot more lively. This is just a few examples of what some designers and architects have done with colors on their locker projects, just to show you a few basic examples. So in terms of customization at Lincora, we use a very unique tool in the industry. It's a configurator. In the industry, it is very unique. No one else uses this. Our level of adjustability in width, depth, and height is 1/8 of an inch. On the left side, you'll have the red most common standard industry sizes, but at Lincora, in terms of width, for example, we'll start at 9 inches, go all the way up to 45 inches, all this in 1/8 of an inch increment. The same thing for the depth and the height. So this gives you full flexibility. You're not stuck with industry standard sizes. We offer different locker series, doorless lockers, to which for healthcare projects, I've worked on a few projects with consultants helping them basically, for example, putting open shoe cubbies at the bottom of this locker unit. This is something we see more and more on healthcare projects, just to give you a few examples of how we help. So the configurator gives us the ability to, number one, imagine the ideal locker. What we want to avoid is what you see here, having a proper prior investigation of needs, making the locker a little wider, a little higher, making sure you have all the options and features to service the user well, is what we do here at Lincora day in and day out. Number two, the advantages of the configurators that will adapt the locker to the available space. Here's a typical locker room. Customer wanted 15-inch wide, but they had the capacity problem. They wanted to add the capacity to the room, but they did not want to serve their users with 15-inch wide lock or 12-inch wide lockers, which would be the next size down from 15. So we said, why don't you go with 13.5? This will enable you to increase the capacity of that room by 12%. This is just an example of these dimensional capabilities that we have that no other manufacturer can do as easily as we would do it. And this comes at absolutely no extra cost. Another example is we'll adjust the dimensions during the construction of the project. Here's a typical example of a floor layout where the consultant had planned for 18-inch wide lockers. But as we know, sometimes when we come in to make the measurements, rooms are not always built per plan. They are often smaller. In this case, this was a very problematic situation. We just recreated the configurations, went into the configurator and reconfigured the lockers at 17 5/8 because we can do that very easily at Lincora. How much does that cost? Absolutely nothing. So the Lincora process, how to imagine a locker, this is a very important part. This is what I do, again, always to help you and assist you to make sure that we have the right solution, is we use a form to address all the requirements. We'll go into the configurator. The configurator produces a configuration in the form of a shop drawing, but it produces data that is automatically inserted into our manufacturing systems. This is why the process for us is the same, whether it's a standard size or a custom size locker. It makes no difference to us. So this is why this comes at absolutely no cost. The survey form we use basically addresses the storage requirements. We try to dive deep into that and have a perfect understanding of what your users are going to use. This doesn't take time. I do this for consultants here with the sales team and myself at Lincora all the time, and we come up with the right configurations. So we're with you again with every step of the way. We help you choose the product. We tailor the specifications to these products to help you. So we provide the specifications and we can do budgetary costs very easily for you. Our specifications are available on America Training Solutions on our website. We also use RCAT. A few projects we worked on where we adapted the lockers, colors, and sizes to the user's requirements. This is a police station project we did. Notice that you have the ventilation system coming down. It's a specialized product. We actually customize all the storage requirements in that lockable compartment up there. You can tell that the lockers are connected to the ventilation system. We extract the air to ensure proper ventilation of, for example, the body armor that is often wet after a day's shift, causes odors with the system. If you're not familiar, it's a very efficient system to reduce the odors and make sure you have proper ventilation inside your locker. We also make the evidence lockers, gun compartments. So what you need to remember is that Lincora offers durable products. We offer customization at absolutely no extra cost, and our process where we help you, we assist you on your project. So please don't hesitate. Contact me. You have my email there. You also have my cell phone on the chat. And I believe, Fulgence, you have a few questions for the audience.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Fred. Let's go ahead and launch the first one here. Would you like to see a demonstration of the state-of-art Lincora configurator? Simple yes or no. Give you a few seconds for that.
And of course, during these demos, we offer a $15 Starbucks gift card if you want to attend to one of these configurator demo. And you have a better understanding as to how we can help you, again, having the right product, right locker for your project.
Absolutely. Thank you, Fred. All right, just 10 more seconds. All right, thank you for those who have participated. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. So Fred, we have a 49% yes, they would like to see a demonstration of the Lincora configurator.
Okay, so we'll be in touch with you and we'll send you an email. Like the next one will be in December, I believe.
Excellent. Let's go ahead and launch the second one now. Would you like Lincora to contact you and organize a presentation for your team? Another yes or no question. And while you're answering that, everyone, I've added the sponsor code for you all in the chat. You can submit that in along with your session codes at atsseminar.com.
I'd just like to add that we have been doing lunch and learns remotely. So wherever you are, we can certainly accommodate a lunch and learn if this is of interest. And we make sure you get the learning certificates from our presentations.
Awesome. Thank you, Fred. All right, just a few more seconds before we close this poll. Thank you for those who participated. And Fred, yes, we do have a few people who would like Lincora to contact and organize a presentation for their team.
Excellent. We'll be in touch.
Perfect. And let's go ahead and launch the third and final poll here. Would you want Lincora to get in touch and assist you with current locker projects? Another yes or no. Give you a few seconds for that. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.
So again, as I explained, what we do quickly is that we take a look at your project, we advise, we make recommendations, and we produce a configuration that gives you a shop drawing or shop drawings. Also, we tailor the specifications to those specific lockers that we'll have determined that will do the job for your project. And again, we can provide budgetary quotes that would include installation, freight, to give you an order of magnitude for the lockers on your projects.
All right, let's go ahead and end this poll now. Share with you all. So we do have a few people who would like Lincora to get in touch and assist them with their current locker projects, Fred.
Fantastic, Fulgence. We'll be in touch. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
And wish you a good rest of the meeting and afternoon.
And you too as well. Thank you so much, Fred. Excellent as always.
Take care.
You too. All right, everyone. Once again, there is thank you so much to Fred with Lincora, our sponsor for today. There is your sponsor code that you can enter and submit along with your session codes. That is 141228. 141228. Submit this along with your session codes at atsseminar.com. And we are moving along with our agenda for the day. I'd like to introduce you all to Derek Anderson with SPG for solving the concrete moisture issue, commercial, environmental, and health benefits of impermeable concrete and permanent impermeable repair materials. Let me bring up one moment here. Here we go. Derek, hello, how are you?
Hey, not bad. How are you, Fultons?
Very good, very good. Good to see you here.
See you too.
Will Scott be joining you?
Scott is, I think, on his way in right now. He might be trying to get in under my name as well, but Scott should be coming as well, yes.
Okay, I'll be ready for him once he comes in. And in the meantime, you could go ahead and set up your presentation so we can get you started.
Let me just see if I can get this going and share the screen.
Got here.
Oh, there's Scott's in. Perfect.
Scott, hello.
Welcome, Scott. Do you want to share your screen or would you like me to share mine?
No, sure, man.
All right, perfect. I just got mine going, but that's fine.
Bear with me. For a momento.
While Scott's setting out, Annette, the sponsor code, this is not necessarily since it's not necessarily a session, a course. That's why we call it a sponsor code versus the session code. So all the courses will have a session code, but just so you can count your participation, please enter the sponsor code as well. Hopefully that makes sense. If you have more questions, you can contact me in the Q&A panel. So Derek, we're seeing your screen, but not the presentation yet, and it's currently in a presenter view.
There you go. So this is Scott actually sharing his screen.
Oh, yes, Scott, yes. Mm-hmm.
He's just in
It's always something. Always something. So, Henry, if it's all right to call you Henry.
That's fine.
It would be helpful to me if you actually sent a calendar invite to this event.
Thought we did, but sorry about that you didn't receive that. We'll discuss that offline.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
And I have some work done at my house as we speak. Sorry. So what are you seeing now?
Right now we are seeing the full screen. You're good to go.
Nice. So correct, Eric?
Yeah, looks good to me. I'm going to shut off my camera and do everybody a favor as well.
Yeah, please. Hold on. You're a very handsome man. All right, so I'm Scott Bergsbach and he's Derek Anderson. This is our course number. And what we do is we solve the concrete moisture issue, which is far more extensive than you thought it might be. And we are the Specialty Products Group. We are a Canadian organization. We have thus far been exempt from any tariffs because of what it is we make. So that's not an issue. And in Canada, they pay a massive amount toward our research and development. So they cover 80% of our R&D. So we've created products that we have on the shelf that could solve problems. And if you run into a problem on a project and you think there might be a chemical solution, we would be good people to call, for sure. We've done this a couple times on the fly now. These are some healthcare projects we've done. We've done, give or take, 4,000 projects, mostly in America. We've probably done 3,000, give or take, hospitals and MOBs and emergency rooms and things of that nature in America. So anytime you want to jump in there, Derek, and add something. Here is the GBCI number. And Derek, we have a new course number we need to change out there.
Can do.
So today we're going to discuss a little bit about concrete history, solving the moisture, flooring, and roofing issues, improving construction schedule while lowering costs, and permanent concrete repairs. Cement was formed by nature 12 million years ago, give or take. They dug up a rock at an archaeological dig in Israel, 1962, analyzed it. It was a form of cement, so it was binding together aggregates, right? And they carbon dated it was 12 million years old. So making cement is not the most complicated thing in the world. What is complicated is to be able to make it batch after batch after batch. And that all changed in 1824 when Joseph Aspen patented Portland cement and the manufacturing process to make it. From then until now, Portland cement, the prime ingredient in concrete, has remained relatively unchanged. This is one of the early kilns. Concrete's place in the world, it's really everywhere. It's the second most consumed item in the world behind only water as measured by weight. I did this presentation for a group in Boston, and I made that statement and I said, how come no reaction? They said, well, everybody knows that. Because this is a multi-state event, we can't really cover all the states, but if you took all the cement manufactured in the world and you made concrete out of it, you would cover all of upstate New York with 3 inches thick of concrete. Every inch of the state. That's how much cement is made every year.
Yeah, I was going to jump in there, and I'll jump on this one. And Scott did clarify, so there's that much made every single year, not just total, not from the beginning of time. That's how much there is every year. Because of that, the production of Portland cement alone, not just concrete, but one of the ingredients of concrete, contributes to about 8% of all the global carbon emissions, which is a big number. You can go ahead, Scott. There's a bunch of organizations, including the NRMCA, ACI, PCA, GCCA, ones that I'm sure you're aware of that are aiming towards this carbon neutrality by 2050. It's a lofty goal. 8% is a big number, and that's just simply from Portland cement production. So are they going to get there? Aren't they going to get there? Well, I guess we'll see. But what they're trying to do to get there would be to use what we call SCMs, or supplementary cementitious materials, such as pozzolenes, fly ash, slag. Really what this does is it means that there's less cement required. So it's still not going to lower that emission rate down to zero, but it's going to mean that we're going to need less cement in there. Correspondingly, or in conjunction, go back one second, Scott, these additives will hopefully improve impermeability, which goes hand in hand with improving durability. So basically means if we can make it less permeable, we can make it last longer. Therefore, we won't have to produce as much. Therefore, that number should come down. So the energy usage, 2 main components, production and transportation. This is essentially how we produce Portland cement, which is one of the main ingredients in concrete. We have this big long rotary tube. At one end, we put ground limestone and clay. At the other end, we're putting heat. The heat is typically created by burning fossil fuels, hence the CO2 production. It goes in about 1450 degrees Celsius or 2650 degrees Fahrenheit. And what it does is, as it slowly moves down through there, that heat churns that ground limestone and clay into something called clinker. Clinker is actually Portland cement in the unground form. When we grind that up, we do get Portland cement. Fun fact, interesting enough, how you know that this is baked properly or made properly is if you take 2 pieces of that clinker and tap them together. And if they go clink, you have the right mix or the right baking temperature and time on them. And if they don't, well, they're not Portland cement yet, and you have to go back and rebake them. Go ahead, Scott. So obviously the other main portion of that, and again, that 8% is only from the production of Portland cement, not including the amount of fossil fuels that are created when we try to then take that Portland cement and concrete and transport it to site. Back one second, I have one more thing to talk about there. There we go. So in the back of one of these trucks, there's about 10 of those cubic yards, and we all know what a cubic yard is. But the more interesting part, in my opinion, is in the back of one of those trucks, those 10 cubic yards, if they were poured in a 4-inch thick slab, would cover about 810 square feet, because each cubic yard covers 81 square feet. So if we're talking about placement of thousands and thousands of square feet of concrete, obviously there's going to be a lot of those trucks going down the road, and that's why that emissions are going to go up even higher. So, I believe this is still on me. Is that right, Scott?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I couldn't see it there for a second. So we talked about Portland cement and we talked about concrete. So Portland cement is only one ingredient in concrete, and what I would call it is, if you think of concrete as making a cake or making a recipe and putting it together, the Portland cement would be the glue that glues everything together. The water is what keeps it all viscous. And of course, in fine aggregates are those ingredients that are getting mixed up in there. Essentially, without any one of these components, we don't have concrete. If we didn't have Portland cement, we'd probably just have a pile of wet rocks and sand. Another portion that could be in there is admixtures. But as this all goes together, it creates these components. There's the 5 listed there. There's 2 chemical reactions that really give us our concrete as we know it. So go ahead, Scott. That would be when those 2 main ones, the tricalcium and dicalcium silicate, which make up about 75% of these components, they react with the water to create what's called calcium silicate hydrate, or the glue, the thing that holds everything together, and calcium hydroxide, which is really just a byproduct of this chemical reaction. It's not needed, not used in there, and typically stays in or comes out in the form of white blooms throughout the concrete. So the second reaction, that one provides our first early strength. Second one is the dicalcium and water doing the same thing. Calcium silicate hydrate, the thing that we want, the glue that binds us all together, and calcium hydroxide, the thing that we really don't need, just a byproduct of it. Yeah, go ahead. Interestingly enough, when we mix up a cubic yard of concrete, we add about 32 gallons of water in there. But of that 32 gallons, only 15 gallons reacts with our Portland cement to create that process that I just showed you and give us that calcium silicate hydrate, the glue, and the calcium hydroxide. An extra 17 gallons of it is left over and has to come out, isn't used in the process, but has to come out of that concrete slab at some point down the road. How does that happen? Go ahead, Scott. When we place that concrete, much of the heavy materials, the bigger stones and rocks and stuff like that, they settle to the bottom, whereas the lighter materials rise to the top. But the real important part here is some of that water, that excess, that 17 gallons, is pushed up and out through. But really what's more important is that these capillaries are created, are bleed channels. These bleed channels allow the rest of that water over time to migrate out of the concrete slab. But the problem is they also allow water in the concrete slab as well. So essentially, concrete is porous as placed without any kind of admixtures or enhancement. If we were to take a real life example, this is UNC Rex Heart Vascular Hospital. If this job, which it was 350,000 square feet, you can go ahead, Scott, there would be about 73,500 US gallons of water that would have to come out of that slab. That's because, if it were a 4-inch slab, that's because for every 81 square feet, we have that 17 gallons of water left over. If we took that slab and made it 1.5 times the thickness at 6 inch, it'd be about 110,000 US gallons of water that would have to come out of there. But the more important part here is that concrete drying times. Concrete drying times under ideal conditions, meaning the building is enclosed and the HVAC is turned on to create a differential in relative humidity and draw out that remaining water. It takes about 40 days per inch. So again, stepping back to 4-inch slab, we're talking 160 days of this building being enclosed with the windows in there and the HVAC and the doors and everything turned on for that water to pull out of there. If it was a 6-inch slab, it'd be more like 240 days before all that water would come out of the concrete slab. And the even worse part is that if you get that slab wet again, re-wet it, we'll start that timer over again. So, rain, sprinkler, that type of stuff could cause a pretty big issue here. Go ahead.
And so all this became a giant issue in 1998 when the US EPA lowered the allowable VOC limits, smelly stuff, essentially, inside the building envelope for maintenance and construction. Many, many things were impacted. What we're talking about today in large part is flooring and roofing adhesives. These products had previously been formulated with a solvent-based material, so you can install a piece of material in the bottom of a swimming pool. But now they need to be higher water content, lower VOC, and consequently they have no tolerance for moisture inside the concrete coming out and causing them issues. And this was the end result. Have you ever had a project delay due to moisture? Yes or no? I'm guessing, because I always guess, 87% yes, 13% no.
I'm going
Want to place a bet?
82 and 18.
82 and 18 from Derek. What do we got?
Let's see. We got 30 more seconds until we get the final result. There's a question from Ed. Ed is asking, does less cement equal higher costs to reduce carbon emission?
No.
Thank you for that. We have 10 more seconds left.
And I'm sorry, I have people working here in my house today, and I just can't stop it or avoid it.
That's okay. You're good on your end. We don't really hear it.
Cool.
All right.
What do we got?
Here we go. So we have 76 yes, 24% no.
Ooh, that was close.
Derek was closer than I was, but just because he underbid me by a little bit.
Yeah, this is the price is right.
Right? So why is there all that extra water in the concrete causing this problem? Because clearly that's where it comes from. Well, inside this concrete drum, there are 33,000 pounds of stone, sand, and Portland cement. And just to give you an idea so you could wrap your arms around how much that is, if we were to make it in our backyard, we need to go buy 540 bags of 100-pound premix at our local home improvement store and mix that up, and that's the equivalent of what's in a concrete truck. Of course, ready-mix providers have all the aggregate in the world, sand, stone, and are able to supply a job like this. This job here, this is the train station in Detroit, which, as it turns out, is some sort of a architectural icon. But we delivered thousands of yards an hour of concrete into this building. And just keep in mind that every one of these trucks needed to have the same workability, same hardness, the same color, right down the line. And it's more complicated than you'd think, because at the same time as this is going on, they also need to deliver concrete to, some driveway overlay and, the local restaurant parking lot. So it is way more complicated than you think. Then they need to put that concrete, dump it into a pump truck, pump it up and over into the job site. And this hose that comes down here is about a 3 to 4 inch diameter ID hose. So the concrete goes through that, and you got almost 1 inch diameter aggregate inside there, plus the viscous cement material. It can be problematic to get it through that hose. And I'm in Kansas City, give you a shout out here. And you need concrete for water for finishing. Without the water, extra water in concrete, you would not be able to finish it. So in short, all that extra water in concrete is so you can mix it, pump it, place it, finish it. That's its reason for living. Once that's done, its usefulness to the project has ceased, and it needs to be managed somehow.
But that's also why we can't remove it. You can't take that extra 17
Right.
gallons. It has
Can't
to
just
be.
take it out. And where this becomes a huge problem in the flooring industry is right here, that before they install flooring, they come out and do this moisture testing. Well, they're going to find that moisture and not be able to install the floor. They're going to have to perform a topical application. This involves roughing up the surface of the concrete, putting an epoxy material on it that slows down the rate at which moisture leaves the concrete, and self-level on top of that, and then they can install the floor. So the problem here, problematically, is you're looking at about $10 a square foot nationally to perform this cost. So have 500,000 square foot building is about $1 million, right?
And
No.
I'll add to that, and that's
$5
simply
million,
to add
yeah.
the moisture mitigation, not to add the finished goods. So the flooring is going to cost that much extra.
Right. And the solution that we're putting in front of you today is about 10% of that cost. So a 50,000 square foot building would be $25,000 with what we're putting in front of you today. If you went with this solution, it'd be about $250,000.
So what is that solution? Well, here are those main reactions that we saw before: tricalcium and dicalcium silicate and water combining, creating calcium silicate hydrate, what we want, and calcium hydroxide, what we don't want. What we would put in front of you as a better solution here, and a much more cost effective, like Scott said, is that we added water vapor reducing admixture, or WVRA, in this formula. What it does is it actually grabs that free water that would typically have to come out, that 17 gallons, and it uses it along with the calcium hydroxide, which is a byproduct that we don't, doesn't really have any effect. It doesn't strengthen, it doesn't do anything to concrete. We combine all three of those things to make more of what does make concrete strong: calcium silicate hydrate in gel format. So really what this achieves is, first off, we utilize all those components that would typically have to come out of the concrete to make more of what makes concrete strong. This closes that capillary system, which makes the concrete now impermeable right from the set, and really just solves all the issues that we would have with any moisture releasing from the slab, because it won't be released anymore. It's very economical, keeps your schedule integrity intact, because we don't have to come in there after the concrete has been placed and cured properly and put any moisture mitigation in there at the same time that trades want to occupy that area. We don't have to do that anymore. This goes in right at the headwaters of the mix plant, to the ready mix plant, and is a solution that keeps you on track a lot better. And warranty, that's a really big one as well. You can go ahead there, Scott. So we have a demo to show you. Now, typically, if you were sitting in front of us, we would do this in front of you, but you can pause it for a second there, Scott. Soon, it'll come. This can be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but I'll try to explain it as it goes along. So on the right side here, we have water, Portland cement, and water. And this would represent our control sample, our standard concrete, as it were. We put the water and we mix it up. We put the Portland cement there, and then we mix it again after we put the excess water in there. And you'll see this guy mixes a lot quicker than I typically would, but you'll see that if we stop there again, Scott, can you pause? You can see on that side our typical Portland cement or concentration without water in there. There's that excess water on the top that would represent the 17 gallons that typically has to come out of there. We use it to keep everything in a slurry, like Scott said, to mix, pump, place, and finish. Afterwards, it has no value. On the other side, we have, again, the same idea, but we use this time water, Portland cement, and our admixture. And what you'll see here, first off, their admixture is extremely overdosed as compared to typical dosage rates when we're putting this in the back of a cement truck. This is just for purpose of illustration here. But what you will see, if anybody's ever had a DQ blizzard, you kind of want to see the same thing happening here, where that spoon is just not going to come out of there. It's going to stand straight up and down. The whole reason for that is we have utilized that excess water that would have come out, combined it with the calcium hydroxide to make more calcium silicate hydrate in gel format. So it's a great illustration. It's even cooler to see in person. But it just shows you exactly that water that would typically be there is no longer there, and it is utilized to make more of what makes concrete strong. All right, so poll question number 2. Have you ever heard of WVRAs before today? Yes or no?
Give you about 1 minute for that.
I say 40-60.
All right.
40-60, 40 yes, 60 no?
Correct.
I'm going to give them a little bit more credit. I'm going to go the exact opposite, 60 yes, 40 no.
All right. Let's see how this goes. 30 more seconds. If anyone has any questions for Derek and Scott, please use the Q&A panel. Please use the Q&A panel for all questions. Please do not include them in the webinar chat. And please remember not to post anonymously. 10 more seconds. All right. Thank you for those who participated in the poll. We're going to go ahead and end and share the results. So guys, we have 26% yes, 74% no.
Scott wins. All right, so moving along. This is an interesting one. Scott kind of alluded to it a little bit before, but we did a time and cost analysis. These two buildings are both in Houston, Texas. Prior to placement of the concrete, they made some decisions. The one on the left side, they decided to epoxy coat it as a moisture mitigation scenario. It cost them about $3.5 million to do so, added about 100,000 man hours to the job. And what did that do to the schedule? Obviously increased it. Whereas, and again, these are both the exact same size buildings here, 1 million square feet. The building on the right decided to go with a WVRA, which is added again at the headwaters at the concrete mix plant itself. Therefore, 0 man hours were added. The cost initially was much lower as well, $750,000 compared to $3.5 million. Schedule integrity obviously was kept intact there, and we didn't add any extra man hours. Really, in our opinion, just a better critical path to savings here. And there's cost certainty. You're not going to get any surprises down the road. So again, our assertion would be that the WVRA would be the choice to go with.
And so this was done a number of years ago in Houston, where labor's notoriously inexpensive, but 1 million square feet in anywhere else in the world would be $10 a square foot, $10 million in lieu of the $3.5 million.
There you go. So it's a conservative estimate. Could have been much worse. This is that same Houston Methodist Hospital in Houston, Texas. The reason we like to touch on it is because they again chose a WVRA in the placement of the concrete here. Another portion of it which they chose the WVRA for was the concrete slab for the roof deck. And then we went in there and we did our testing and we said, okay, after this roof deck has been placed, I think it was about eight or 9 days later, we said, our testing's complete, you're ready to put your finished goods on the roof. So there's a pretty quick turnaround right there. That 8 days from placement to putting finished goods on it is a pretty huge advantage. But even cooler than that, well, depending on how you look at it, 3 days later after that roofing was finished, Hurricane Harvey blew into town. This is right on the waterfront and it was hit by the hurricane. And we're proud to say that the roof stayed intact and has since been IR tested to find that, yeah, it's in perfectly good shape to this day. So a bit of a flagship one that we're pretty proud of.
Yeah.
So moisture and roofing, we already talked about the flooring portion of it, but obviously it can affect roofing as well and it can cause the roof to come up. The roofing one can be compounded a little bit more I would say a couple more fold, because when a roof fails, not only is it a headache and you have to go in and repair it, but the rest of the building is below there. So if moisture gets in through that roofing system, it's going to be a big, big problem. So here's our assertion to you. How would we say you should choose the proper WVRA? Well, we would assert that the proper WVRA is front-loaded, meaning that it goes with headwater at the mix plant, the ready mix supplier, so that it gets equally mixed throughout. It has some testing on it to prove its worth, as well as NSF approval. So first off, it's tested for permeability. That's the ASTM C494 test. And then as that NSF approved, so it's safe for food grade reactive materials, drinking water, that type of stuff. Has manufacturer quality controls in there, such as markers, so that you know that it has been installed in your concrete. All of the people that are going to come in contact with it and make sure that it gets put in there and works properly are factory trained. You've read the warranty and know what it covers and what it doesn't, because really, when it comes right down to it, a warranty is really going to be your best way to mitigate risk. So you should know really what it says and what it entails. And then there's field QA, QC testing. There's a couple listed there. We'll beat them to death coming up, so I won't go through them now. Go ahead, Scott.
So ambient is a big problem. If you have big temperature rises before, after, or during installation of flooring and roofing material, you're going to have issues. This over here is all about the floor growing, running into its neighbor, popping off. Building dampness, the Institute of Medicine in DC, who is a user of water vapor reduced admixtures, says one of the environmental factors most commonly associated with respiratory disease is building dampness. And something just to take in, if you were to place concrete in a pit, I guess, for lack of a better term, so you have a bunker maybe with walls on all four sides of you and a roof and a floor all made out of concrete. If you had our water vapor reduced admixture in there, it won't release that moisture into the space, and consequently it will not feel damp. The problem with flooring and moisture sensitive coating adhesives is all the extra water in concrete. The fact that concrete is porous and the flooring is impermeable. So the moisture comes up out of here, it's the back of this flooring. If this was a grass mat, wouldn't be a problem, but it's not. It's an impermeable moisture membrane all by itself. And the adhesive that holds that flooring onto the concrete is a water-based material. And as soon as you turn on the HVAC inside the building and lower the humidity down to 50%, you're going to get that differential. So in the space, it's 50%. Inside the concrete, it's 90%. And it's going to pull that moisture out, and it's going to run into the flooring on the way by. You can solve this problem with a water vapor reduced admixture, which is a full warranted solution, labor, and material. In 150 BC, the Romans used blood, milk, and animal fat. In the 150 BC is a little bit of a, give or take. But they made the concrete less permeable, which gave them long-term durability. The point of this slide is to make this statement that in 1975, the water vapor reduced admixture, a liquid concrete admixture, was brought into the world, and it was used as a waterproofing agent and a workability aid in concrete that we discovered in about 2002 will solve the moisture and flooring issue. Curing. So curing is the maintaining of an adequate moisture content. So all that extra water we talked about in concrete, pictured here, being maintained in the concrete, is what allows it to cure properly, consistently, and throughout the whole matrix. So when you are able to cover this up with a blanket and stop this material from leaving, you're going to get a better end result. Our water vapor reduced admixture does that effectively and it provides internal wet curing to the concrete. Plastic shrinkage cracking, this is absolutely caused by curing issues. You know, if you think about the green concrete slabs you've seen, you'll see some white forming here and here. So that means that the moisture vapor emission carried product up to the surface here and here, but not in between. So that sets up differential stresses inside the concrete, which is what causes cracking. If you eliminate the differential stress, you eliminate cracking. Slab curl, big byproduct of that, right? So here they're losing water from here and from here, and that's causing this to curl up, which is what causes this.
So there's probably enough of you, and I think there was a question that came up about it, crystalline growth. So crystalline growth is another form of concrete waterproofing. It works a little bit different than a WVRA. What they do is they actually allow the pore system or that capillary system to be created. However, when secondary water gets reintroduced to that pore system, that's when they grow a crystal to block it off. So that's the theory behind it. Maybe a little bit of an issue is that it does allow the moisture to move through that slab and out of that slab, and we're not grabbing it to create more of what makes concrete strong. Capillaries are still created. And when you have moisture available to move in and out of there, you also allow vapors and gases to move in and out of there, whereas a WVRA would not allow such things.
So Derek, just let me comment on this before we move on.
Absolutely.
So this is the utilization of the admixture we're discussing today, which doesn't allow the formation of continuous capillaries from the bottom to the top in the concrete. Here you have traditional concrete, and it shows a capillary. And after secondary water gets introduced to it, that's when the crystal grows when you use crystal growth materials.
Right.
So this is a proactive solution eliminating the root of moisture migration. And this is a reactive solution trying to stop it after it's occurred.
Very good point. Thanks, Scott. Another point of interest is kind of one here. So we do independent permeability reports. That's what you see down on the bottom right there, those blue bars, which is interesting. Really what it shows is that control sample allows more water to move through. That's why the bar is higher. Crystalline growth reduces that, but a WVRA, should say there, reduces it even greater. What I like to take a look at, though, is the bigger one here. And that's that test that I had referenced earlier where we're talking about impermeability testing. And it's basically the amount of years it would take for one drop of water to pass through a concrete slab. This one was about 4 inches thick. Control sample, meaning that nothing's been added to it, it's unenhanced concrete, takes about 3.6 months. Crystalline growth obviously affects that as well. And it does slow that rate. It brings it down to about 7.2 months. Whereas a WVRA shows a vast increase, and we're looking at 200 plus years before that drop of water would move through a WVRA enhanced slab of concrete. So that's kind of where we're saying, yeah, it's not crystalline growth absolutely does work. However, we believe that we work better, and the proof is in the science and the testing.
And I'd just like to point out here, this CRD 48-92 is a Army Corps of Engineering test that was developed in 1948, which discusses waterproofing in concrete. And it's what all the crystal growth people hang their hat on. And we have this testing on our website, and we absolutely blew them away in terms of performance.
And I wanted to link this back to where we kind of started, and this isn't my statement, this is from the ACI themselves, the American Concrete Institute. They state that from the material standpoint, concrete durability, meaning how long it lasts, is closely linked to microstructure, more specifically its impermeability. To this point, we've been talking about trying to make sure that we get this concrete to be less permeable. So if we make it more impermeable, this is the end result, is that it's going to last longer. It's going to be more durable. And we're not just saying that the ACI agrees with that statement. So we've talked about thus far these blade channels and how they can affect the interior concrete, specifically as it relates to gluing down any finished goods like flooring and roofing. If we take that same thing, we move to the outside and external concrete, you can see that there's some pitting here. That also would no longer exist if we close that capillary system. So these failures that we see shown right here would be, very much lessened once we use the concrete admixture such as the WVRA in there. Moving on from that point, so to this point we've been talking about internal concrete and the admixtures that go in there to close that capillary system. Now let's assume that you didn't close that capillary system, had a failure, and had to repair it. We're going to move on to repair materials now.
So I'd just like to give everybody a jolt of caffeine here that we're now no longer talking about a concrete admixture. We're talking about a repair material, which is a 50-pound bag of powder and a 1-gallon jug of liquid. It's different than what we've been talking about to this point, which I realize is what you just said. Nevertheless, it has more emphasis on it.
Fair enough. Interesting slide.
Derek.
We can touch on this a little bit, but really I think that the whole idea behind this slide is to touch on the fact that, because concrete isn't a new structure, neither is repairing it. There's been numerous types of repair methods used in the past. Some have worked great, some have not. But instead of always trying to reinvent the wheel, I think that it's a good idea sometimes to take a look back and see what has worked and maybe just improve it a little bit, as opposed to, trying to reinvent the wheel every time. Go ahead, Scott.
So something to consider here is I recently had a beaver move onto one of my ponds. Oof, nightmare. But they hate the sound of dripping water. So they go out and repair that concrete dam, and they do just an unbelievable job of it using nothing but their teeth and materials that are locally available.
So along those lines, one source of ancient concrete that we found has worked very well would be magnesia cement. So I'm going to pass it back over to Scott now.
So they're taking a core sample of the Calatra baths in Rome and wondering why it lasted so long. And the reason why is because it was made out of magnesia cement versus limestone cement or anything that we're familiar with today. So when you go out and do a repair of existing concrete, it's typically made out of Portland cement. And you go and buy a bag of repair material, it's made from Portland cement. And they both share a common polarity. Both are positively charged in the same way that magnets, when you were kids in 4th grade, try to put the magnets together, they won't stick, right? So you need to have a primer or to chemically alter the material to facilitate that bond. Alternatively, we recommend this material here, which is which is a magnesium polyphosphate system. It's a powder that has a magnesium polyphosphate in the activator liquid. There's no water in it. And it ionically bonds directly to the substrate. So it bonds to the point that you will not be able to get it off the substrate without taking the substrate with it, period. It's nature's most strongest bond, and we have a video coming up of demonstrating that. So if you're doing repairs, this is really a permanent repair material. It's not a patch. Once you repair with this material, it's done forever.
One thing I'm going to touch on there is that impermeability. It is an impermeable product, therefore it doesn't allow free passage of water, which we have already kind of linked impermeability to that durability portion.
Nice. It's a good ad. You will not suffer any demerits. So we do all the gas stations in northern Canada that they're now using our admix when they build new stations, but if they need to repair the old, they use this repair material, and they have a 30-year history on it. And they've had great success in knowing that this is a permanent repair. They really enjoy it. This is a hotel we did in North Carolina on the ocean. all the balconies, degraded because of the salt water, and they used our repair material to fix it. So in summation, no more patch and pray. Make your concrete impermeable, long-lasting, i.e. permanent, and stuck. So in summation, protect concrete using a water vapor reducing admixture. If you need to repair it with an impermeable material.
All right, this is where I get to jump back in. So the admixture that we've been talking about thus far, typically used on interior applications to prevent that moisture-related failure of finished goods such as flooring and roofing. VaporLock 2020 is the name of it. It has a 10-year comprehensive warranty that Scott's already kind of touched on, covers labor and material in the event of a moisture-related failure. We'd come back in and replace all that under the warranty itself. 3-week critical path for roofing, so you could actually be on the roof much quicker. Very economical. We talked about it being much less expensive than an epoxy treatment. It's around 75 cents a square foot or so. Improves the concrete quality in our opinion, and it is a proven moisture mitigation system. We use this on millions of square feet of concrete thus far. We do also have master spec and BSD spec link available if you're looking to just put it right in there, cut and paste.
Just to put an add on that, it doesn't improve concrete quality in our opinion. It improves it factually, makes it stronger, lowers the plastic shrinkage cracking issue, etc.
There you go. This is what our warranty looks like, issued from SPG. You can see labor and materials right in the middle there covered off. But even further to that, go ahead, Scott. We take that warranty and we get it underwritten by Lloyd's of London, who third-party insures it in the amount of $20 million Canadian. And really what that does is it basically gives us all of these options here, where we can see that it covers the cost to repair not only the in terms of the goods, but also the labor for it, and has no aggregate. So each occurrence we would be covered for $20 million. So let's say there was a failure and it cost $18 million per repair. You don't just have $2 million left. If it failed again, you'd have a $20 million again. That's what that no aggregate means. So pretty comprehensive warranty. Even further to that, I'll say, go ahead, Scott.
Well, all right.
Not only would we cover ourselves, or the end user, we could also name additionally insured on here in this scenario right here, the Albany High School. CS Arts, the architect who specified it, was also named. Sorry, I'm going to keep going here. This is me as well, I presume. Yeah. All right, so because of this warranty, and not only because of the warranty, but also because we believe in these things, field quality, QA, QC is top of mind for us. So we go out there to every ready-mix supplier and concrete finisher and certify them. Make sure they know how to add our product and how to work with it. We look at every design, every mix design for the concrete to make sure that we're going to work properly and that we're being dosed at the appropriate level. We also go and do a core sample and perform an ASTM D5084 test on it. That's where we try to drive that water through that core sample and see how much impermeability increase we've gotten. And we share those results with everybody. We inspect the concrete for finish, do moisture bond and pH testing, and I'll say that I'm going to beat these to death coming up, so I won't go through them right now, but that's unique to us. I have this on-site cloud view system and 12 more quality steps. Let's keep going and we'll try to bang these off real quick.
So I'd just like to say that it's these quality steps that allowed us to obtain this Lloyd's policy.
Absolutely. So we not only do what we say, but we make sure that we do it properly, that we don't just give you this admixture and walk away. We go out there and we put this testing equipment on site, which gives, as Scott's kind of highlighting down at the bottom, a chart with all that information. The testing equipment will measure relative humidity and temperature on an ongoing basis. This is glued down to the floor and left on site, not just one unit, but multiple throughout the job for the different areas that we may be doing this. We also do bond testing, where we go in and we actually glue down some of the flooring that's going to be put down there and to try to pull it back up. And we're looking for a certain force to be met to pull it off there, 44 newtons or greater, and we say we're good to go. Something that's unique to us, we develop that test.
And just in the interest of total clarification, we're looking to have the flooring contractor install this material, not us.
Correct. Yeah. We provide dosing equipment. I will say that all of the steps that you've seen thus far, it's all included in that initial cost. There's no extra cost for these ones. But we provide dosing equipment to the ready mix facility that first off ensures that we're dosed in at the proper rate, but also will integrate with their batch system and show us as being added on their batch ticket. Another quality step that we have in there, let's say that somebody were able to say, oh, I put the vapor lock in there and it's in there, or they fooled our system, which would be hard to do. But if they did, and we were a little suspicious of that, we could actually take some of the finished concrete, grind up some of it into a powder, send it away to a third-party lab where they would use this mass spectrometer or spectrophotometer to measure and make sure that our markers were in there from the vapor lock or from the WVRA, and in approximately what concentration we were added to that concrete.
Yeah.
On top of the 2020, we have the 2021, which does everything the 2020 does, plus densification. So if that's something that is of concern too, we have a product for that as well.
You know, waterproofing is the way to look at this product. If you're doing any kind of waterproofing, we waterproof it beyond any extreme provided by a crystal growth material.
Absolutely. We have another portion in the vapor lock line called 4041, which does, again, essentially everything that all the other ones have done thus far, but also has a corrosion inhibitor included, which would coat the rebar and basically prevent it from corroding if it were to become exposed to the atmosphere, say through a crack in the concrete, which again, we always kind of expect it's going to happen. That's why we cut control joints in there. It'll still keep it protected and stop that corrosion from existing. The bottom bottom right-hand corner here, that's a picture of the San Diego airport. It's a parking facility that actually utilizes this product because, again, right on the salt water, it's a pretty brackish environment, so that's why they chose this material. Go ahead, Scott.
I did.
Oh, there we go.
That's the parking garage.
That's parking garage. Poll question number 3. If you were in a position, and we recognize that not everybody is, but if you were in a position to choose, would you specify VaporLock 2020 to solve your moisture, flooring, and or roofing issues, yes or no?
95.5.
95.5. Let's see. All right, everyone, you get about 50 seconds
90-10.
for that. 90-10. All right, let's see.
Oh, I win this one. So anything 93 and up is me, yeah?
Yeah, I'm letting you win, though. I want you to win.
Oh, nice. But your review is next week, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Sweet.
$20 more.
Nice with the
seconds.
music.
Yeah.
Nice. Very low key. Good thing I don't have my camera on so you can watch me dance.
Dance away, dance away. All right. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. Woof. We have 91% yes and 9%
Oh.
no.
Oh, Derek wins.
Oh boy.
So here is an example of what we were talking about early on, creating a solution on the fly. That the company building this facility right here is a tire manufacturer in Tennessee. They wanted to make sure that these walls were waterproofed, and we had a relationship with some of the people. And so we put our admixture vapor lock in this concrete, and then 7 days after they stripped off the forms, they applied this black asphaltic rubber material, and we bought the company that manufactures it. And consequently, we provided them with a warranty that said no water is coming through that wall even if it cracks up to 5/16 of an inch thick, where it's on us to fix it, labor and material. Pretty cool thing. The repair material we're talking about is MG-Crete. It's a magnesium polyphosphate system. No critical mix ratio because there's no water in it. It's a pure chemical reaction, and it bonds to the substrate like absolutely nothing you've ever seen. You can use this down to 14 degrees, which is kind of a big deal in a fair amount of environments that we're talking to right now. You can dye it, stamp it, anything you do with mortar, concrete, you can do with MG-Crete. Gas station, balconies, slope sidewalk, drain, airplane, vertical. And so we promised you on the front end that we would give you a video showing you that MG-Crete, the strength of its bond. This is a 1/4 inch thick of one of the versions of MG-Crete placed in our parking lot. In Canada, they drive trucks over this, they drag pallets over it, and you can see the white area right here. It's only a 1/4 of an inch thick. Keep that in mind. So that's pretty incredible. I mean, if you hit it any harder, it still wouldn't have come off of there. And this is your opportunity. We'd like you to work with us to preserve the future. And so here you go. Wild applause. I know you're applauding sitting at your desk. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We do have a few minutes for some Q&A. There's quite a few that came in. Let's see if we can answer a few of those. And if anyone has posted a question in the webinar chat and you have not put it in the Q&A, please transfer your question over to the Q&A panel so we can include it in the Q&A report for Scott and Derek. Thank you so much. We had a question from earlier from Charles. Does the WRVA make the concrete stronger?
Yes, on average, we increase the concrete compressive strength by about 5%.
And Rock asks, while working on an automotive paint plant in Detroit, they had a method of creating a sip-proof concrete floor finish using fibers that would float up to the surface while curing. It worked, but the question is the technique of the fan finishing that was very specific. Can you explain the timing?
No.
And Mindy asks,
so we have a rep in Michigan that I'd recommend we put this person in contact with, because there's obviously not enough information there to answer the question, unless you understand something, Derek, that I'm not.
No, I'm in agreement. I think that we need just a little bit more information there before we can.
Yeah. But we do have a rep in Michigan, and we're happy to put them in contact with each other. So if you track down who that is, let us know, and we'll put them in 1-to-1.
Thank you, Rock. So please provide more information in the Q&A panel, and we'll get that over to Scott and Derek. Mindy asks, do you use a lightweight concrete? If so, what makes it lightweight?
So lightweight concrete comes in two forms. It comes in what's called cast-in-place structural lightweight concrete that simply uses lighter weight rocks. They take certain types of shale, clay, and slate, and they run them through that rotary kiln. We saw them running through the Portland cement through, and they puff it up like a rice cake. They get rid of all the water, and consequently, it's much lighter. So that's a structural lightweight concrete deck, which is on a lot of the roof of a lot of buildings, and the slab, the elevated slab in between floors in schools and healthcare facilities. And the reason it is there is because it's been exposed to high heat to puff up that aggregate, and consequently it provides a 2-hour fire rating necessary in those applications in between floors. And the same thing on the roof. That's why it's used on the roof. They also make a non-structural lightweight. That is essentially just a lightweight sand, air inside the concrete that they put on the roof that they can slope on top of the foam that they put there to give it the appropriate slope.
I guess further to that question, I'm going to suggest that it's not necessarily that we're providing the concrete, but we do work in conjunction with either of those scenarios.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. And we'll just take one more question. George asks, would using a crystalline waterproofing additive like Zypex help decrease the moisture problem?
Not really, because it doesn't address the moisture. It simply tries to stop the water from flowing through, whereas we address the moisture in the concrete and stop the water from flowing through. So we're a belt and suspenders approach. They are simply a suspenders approach. Excellent, gentlemen. Thank you. There are quite a few more, but they'll be included in the Q&A report for you both.
Perfect.
10-4.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, everyone, there is a session code for you all, 141240. I've added it in the chat for you as well, 141240. Let me stop the sharing here. There it is. Make sure to enter all of your session codes at atsseminar.com. And at this time, we are right in schedule for our break. We will be back in 15 minutes at 3 p.m. Eastern with our next presenter, Bill Coble with Renzen. So hang tight, enjoy your break. See you soon.
Hey, Henry, it's Bill.
Bill, how are you?
Awesome, and I got my fix, or I got it resolved. You have to use 2 screens.
That is the best solution ever. So great job.
Yep. So I have a second screen. There we go.
There you go. Problem solved instantly.
Problem solved. And then I guess as we get closer to the top of the hour, I've got my deck open, and I did that setting like we did yesterday, the one presenter, so that it wouldn't take the full screen.
Excellent.
Yep.
Gonna be ready to rock and roll.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you so much, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rock, thank you for your question. So the questions that are not answered live, this is why we ask you to enter them or submit them in the Q&A panel. The presenters will get a Q&A panel, a Q&A report after the event, and they could answer you offline. So when you submit the questions, we're labeling them speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, etc. And this includes your name and email address, and they're going to reply to your questions directly offline after the event. So that's what I'm doing right now. For example, all of your questions here, I'm labeling them as speaker 3 because they were the third presentation. Right? So hopefully that makes sense. That's why it's very important. If you have any questions during the sessions for any of the speakers, please submit them using the Q&A panel. Thank you for that question, Rock. Great question. Welcome back from break, everyone. And we're moving right along with our agenda for today. At this time, please help me welcome Bill Coble with Renzen for Luxury Landscape Design. Bill, hello, how are you?
I am great, Henry. Thank you all for being here on this beautiful August day. At least I hope it is the same for all of you out there. And I'm going to embark here on sharing over the next few minutes, if that's okay, Henry, how we solve in healthcare setting from an outdoor perspective. So with that, I'm going to share.
Please do.
And hoping everybody can see that.
Yes, you are all set. Take it away.
Oh, okay. Thank you again. And so as we spend time together today, I'll be going over some of the, well, there we go. I'll be going over the objectives. Appreciate ATS and the support here with regards to the continuing education credits. I'm not going to read to anyone, but these are the guiding principles as far as the course description and information I'll be sharing in the time that we have together. I would like to share with you that this is the one time I get to do the infomercial. 116 years, 4 generations, Belgium with also a Texas presence with regards to manufacturing, research. And with that being said, we look at the synergy between the built environment and nature. And our portfolio includes advanced solar shades, of course, the pergolas, carports, wall cladding, garden elements, and ventilation systems, all designed to enhance the architectural projects with style, comfort, and efficiency. So as we look at the understanding modern living needs, and I want you to I'm taking this through the lens of a healthcare solution or a healthcare setting. And so I'll be translating, which the needs are the same, but there are uniquenesses about healthcare. So as we take a look, I want to point out flexibility and adaptability is not the same to everyone, but spaces can change. And of course, post-COVID, and as we look at form and function, meeting the various needs of patients, family, clinicians throughout the different seasons and whether it's urban or a suburban setting. We're always mindful of sustainability and incorporating an eco-friendly materials into our solutions and energy efficiency designs that minimize the environmental impact. Always mindful of healthful and well-being, emphasizing natural light, good ventilation, the integration of plants to improve air quality and promote a sense of well-being. There's a nice article in the May Science American that you might want to take a look at as far as sunlight and the autoimmune system. Continuing here, technology integration. When we talk about smart homes, we've come a long way since 2007, and the outdoor and the gardens are also benefiting from smart technology. So taking into account comfort and convenience, security, ranging from automated irrigation systems to outdoor heating, and of course, lighting controls through a smartphone. Privacy and security. We designed these when you take into account at times, right, when you think about family or you think of clinicians needing privacy, a little respite area, but also at times you need to have line of sight for safety reasons. So there's adjustability with the privacy that I'll point out in a while. Always taking into account work-life balance, and with the rise of remote work, there's a need for outdoor spaces or swing spaces. So the indoor and outdoor are no doubt overlapping, and it can double as a productive area as far as additional conferencing space or waiting areas. Accessibility is taken into account when you look at the glass panels and others as far as ADA compliance, and always mindful of our connection to nature and facilitating biophilic design. It allows the patients and more importantly, those that are giving care, the clinicians, to feel connected to nature, which can include elements like water features and traditional native landscaping. We want to be mindful of low maintenance So we utilize materials that require minimal upkeep, enabling a homeowner's owners, excuse me, to enjoy their outdoor space without additional tasks involved. So we have our first poll. We're not going to waste any time here. Henry, if you want to help me out, that'd be great.
Yes, absolutely. Here it is. Have you ever specified in a louvered roof pergola in any of your architectural projects? And we'll give you about 40 seconds for that. And once again, as a reminder, if you have any questions for Bill, please use the Q&A panel, and please do not post anonymous. Thank you in advance. And we have 20 more seconds for the poll. All right, thank you for your participation. Let's go ahead and share the results. So, Bill, we have 6% yes, frequently include, 30% occasionally, but it's not a common element, 15% occasionally, but never a louvered roof pergola, and 49% have not incorporated as of yet.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Really appreciate that. As we move along here. Biophilic design, I would think for most attendees, should not be a new concept, but we're always mindful of it. And as we look at extending indoor biophilic design, we also incorporate that in elements underneath the pergola roof, and also taking into account that there may be site furniture, lighting, tables, and other elements outside of the pergola in some of these touchdown areas where biophilic design would also come into play. We'll be using some imagery, and I'll provide the narrative behind that. Probably the key thing here with our design strategy is we always want to integrate natural light, the ability to control the amount of natural light, hence the mechanized louvered roof, and then also natural ventilation, and always wanting to keep the landscape features within the line of sight, and also building features. So all of this is to foster a healthier and more productive environment for clinicians, patients, families, and others that may be involved in the healthcare experience and the delivery of care. In this particular image, probably the key thing I would like to point out is a design element when you look at the lighting and look at different seasons, and also thinking about safety as far as the way you can use lighting for wayfinding and also to indicate destinations. And just to give you an idea of an installation, of course, you know, with nature there in proximity. In this particular two images, I think the key thing here is when you look at the plan view, as far as the pergola roof, as far as what it looks like with the blades in an open position. And most louvered roofs have a radius of up to 150, 180 degree radius as far as the blades. The other element here is when you look at seasonality, whether you're in Minnesota or Florida, and depending on time zones, what you can do with lighting to extend that day or to create a different environment. So as we look at some trends, we look at the holistic approach in keeping it all unified as we move forward without being disruptive from the architectural elements, and actually to honor the architecture. In this particular, these few images here, probably the key thing I'd like to emphasize is the fluidity and the continuity. When you look at different parts of the design, how it flows together effortlessly, and then also the blurring of the boundaries between various areas or elements. So indoor, outdoor, what you can do with the mechanized screens as far as the amount of ventilation coming into the space. Also insects with the perforated screens, but just to give you some ideas of what it feels like. It's always better in person, but this is a good place to start. Material continuity, I mentioned that earlier. So using the same or complementary materials that are used throughout the architecture. Different areas to create a sense of unity. For instance, the same flooring material might extend from the indoor to the outdoor, making the transition from the spaces feel more natural, not having a line of demarcation. Color schemes, consistent palette that can tie different spaces together, making them feel more parts of a whole rather than a separate solution. In these settings, as we look at the indoor-outdoor integration, the cantilevered roof, the infills with the louvered panels. Also, when you look at glass, so we create a design that extends the indoor, once again, to the outdoor. And the use of large sliding doors, we take into account the tracks. I might have mentioned that earlier as far as ADA and the ability to move over the tracks with regards to the support of the glass panels. And then the extension of the indoor ceiling materials to the outdoor spaces. That's what's taking place in these solutions. In this particular setting, just more examples, probably a little bit better view of what the glass panels look like. Also, as far as your columns and then your overhead beam and the infills. And also very mindful, right, of the site and how we manage water from the site. So there's different ways to channel water from the louvered blades through the columns out into a property. Just the up close, I was mentioning the tracks earlier, those can be recessed as far as, in the case of healthcare, wheelchairs or any device assisting people who need it. This is when we look at existing spaces and the renovation of spaces. These insets can be done with the mechanized louvers to open up the space as far as ventilation and more lighting. Just a thought starter. In this particular next piece is just a different view as far as the inset with those louvers into an existing piece of architecture. What we're sharing here in this next one, obviously, right, we're looking at a pool, but it could be a therapeutic pool. Always mindful of ways that we would address safety, but nonetheless, just bringing more of the outdoor into that physical therapy situation where appropriate. And there's been some considerations of late, and we're developing those applications. In this setting here, urban outdoor trends, in particular here, what I'm going to share with you in Europe, where we're headquartered, but also here in the US, is we look at urban settings. When you look at multi-use projects, right, with commercial and then also residential features, as we look at the verticality, we take into account, depending on the area of the country, any kind of updraft and the stability of the structure, if it's on the 3rd floor or the 43rd floor. Those are factors we take into account. And then, of course, when you think of biophilia and the ability to bring nature at different levels and that verticality as far as the architecture, but just an example in an urban setting. One more. It's a unique outdoor use. And as we look at the floor spaces and the outdoor spaces, I think it's encouraging as we look at the adoption, well, globally, but also here in the US, is more and more owners are considering this kind of approach. And I want to make a point here in the urban settings for healthcare. You may not have a campus for your, case in point, your nurses and the ED to go out in an urban setting, but if so, if you could work it into the workflow up on the roof deck, there's a lot of opportunity there for a respite area as far as our clinicians. What we're showcasing here is outdoor conference space. And so when you look at, I keep mentioning attraction, retention, but as we bring people back into the workspace, obviously administration, but as you think about community outreach in places that volunteers can meet, also as far as families, different types of counseling or therapy, depending on treatments, there's a lot of opportunity here to connect with nature and also provide a positive and unique experience for the community along with the staff that supports them. This is more of an interior setting, just taking a particular area of real estate and creating a community space for meetings or an internal area, utilizing real estate in a different way. In this particular setting, once again, just as you look at the movable side features or infills and the flexibility that we mentioned there in the very beginning, where you can create privacy at different levels, and then deflecting wind in the case of the glass panels, and then, of course, open or closed version situations with a louvered roof. And also being mindful that you don't always have generous amounts of real estate. So what would that look like? And that's what we were wanting to share with you today. This is taking advantage of the rooftop and bringing nature to those working in that particular facility, just as far as thought starters and utilization of space. So as we look at addressing, modern living needs, functionality and property values, and connecting with nature, taking technology into account, but ever mindful of the performance of the product in aligning with the materials that you've selected for the building overall and for it to be complementary and useful. We have different seasons. And so in the spirit of letting you know what you're looking at, of course, many of you can deduce, but so as we look at the innovative use of a louvered roof and effective screening solutions, which I think I was showing earlier, you can use mechanized screens, infills, glass panels, and then as we look at creating comfort, enjoying more of the seasons, and several pergolas will offer you misters, fans, infrared heat, different type of heating elements, sound masking, the ability to support monitors and technology, and then different types of furniture, site furniture that you might want to use for teams or groups of people. And one point I'd like to make here is in the case of families, is creating them different touchdown areas with the furnishings so that whether they need privacy or they want to be together, at least offering that choice. As we look at outdoor living, sustainability, health and well-being, technology integration, as we look at technology and, dare I say, a little entertainment, but accessibility also, which I touched upon earlier, those are all the things we factor in. Just sharing some more thought starters. This particular application is, this was a private residence, but I thought it was a good example of how you can really integrate these settings close to nature. Just a definition, it might have been a luxury at one point or something out of our normal paradigm, but I think louvered roof pergolas are becoming more mainstream. And I think if there was one positive that came out of COVID was our appreciation for outdoors and nature. And so there's been a lot of momentum and innovation with regards to louvered roof pergolas, and there's variations of it, whether it be manual, motorized, or smart. This is more of the technical as far as what you're looking at. In this particular case, it's referred to as the span or the pivot side. The pivot side in the case of a mechanized louvered roof is where it would be motorized and arms that would support the movement of those louvers. Always mindful of being eco-friendly and sustainability. So the type of paint, powder coats, aluminum where it's sourced, extruded aluminum, and as far as fit and finish. The other part of this is always mindful, especially in the US, as far as elevations and proximity to high seasonal winds. And so there's different ways that these pergolas can be certified to handle lateral force winds and also updrafts, and there's testing that can be done. Those are some of the things you're looking at as far as the key features. I think this does, but you guys be the judge of it. I think it gives a good idea of what you can do with the mechanized screen. In this case, it's a perforated fiberglass material, so it has the durability. There's different ways to track these screens so that you don't have a bellowing effect or to stand certain winds up to 1 mile per hour. And then the ability to adjust how much sun you want reaching into the interior of that pergola area. And then obviously, if you just want easy access with all the screens raised in the open position. What we're sharing here is some value engineering or cost, being mindful of cost. So when you look at the footprint, if it's by the inch or by the millimeter, as far as your specification and taking advantage of that particular area. So you look at maintenance also. What are the parts made of? Are they made of stainless steel? How are the fittings put together? The other part of this is installation time, because, right, you don't want to be disruptive in a healthcare facility if it's existing, and how does it fit in even with new construction? So minimizing the installation time and the ability to maintain it over a period of time. This is for, okay, I'm not going to tease you guys. I was going to say for a Volvo, a drawing, but it's just an ordinary pole. Here we go.
And you have about 50 seconds for that. And while they're answering that, we have a few questions. Let's see if we can get to one.
Okay.
George asked, do you design for hurricane prone areas?
Yes, we absolutely do. And I want to be mindful, this is a CEU. We do have a certification, and we have tested for hurricane force winds. It's the Miami-Dade certification that we use, and we are rated up to 99 miles per hour. That's the rating. We've done testing that goes beyond that, and that is for a lateral force wind. And then what it takes into account is both that lateral stability and then the updraft in the design of the louvers, along with all of the supporting and connecting materials as far as the durability to stand up to 99 miles per hour. And then also we do the same with the screens. We also have features with a wind detection where the louvers will close at a certain mile per hour along with the screens, in taking into account that lateral wind. But yes, we do have certifications and testing to offer.
Excellent. So that would answer Robert's question as well. Is this approved for South Florida hurricane zone?
Yes, that is the area that we used for hurricane. And then we are also considering tornadic, right? F1 through 5, which is a little different because of the moisture content as far as the Midwest, but that is underway. But for right now, Miami was, Southern Florida was the area we did all of our testing.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's go ahead and share the results here. We have 7% yes, they have immediate projects within the next 3 to 6 months. And 32% possibly. There are a few projects in the pipeline within 6 to 12. And the remaining don't have any current projects at this time.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And of course, we have the Q&A in the chat. and I'll follow up with questions if we're not able to do it in our time together today. As we take a look now here at some key features, I think this will be helpful, especially when you consider healthcare. And right within the building, there's a lot of redundancies that go on as far as power. That's also taking into account with our beams and columns as far as the separation of how the water is channeled. And then if you do have cabling, the way it's separated with the extruded aluminum design. And so our louvers are double walled, so you don't get a harmonic distortion. And we've tested it, and where it says it's 3% stronger. The other part is how we integrate the LED lighting into the louvers, which can be right as we look at an aging population as far as additional safety, depending on the time of day and the spectrum of light. Also, I'd like to make a point here is the louver design, which we'll show here in a minute, as far as the way it supports the evacuation of water. This ties back to the Miami-Dade, so using stainless steel, right, as far as its durability and long-term performance, the type of gaskets, also the amount of cycles on the electric motors, and being quiet. We also take into account the Hertz factor as far as medical implants for patients if they happen to be underneath the pergola, and then UL ratings. And then, yeah, we also use a brush design on the blades of the louvers so you don't get any vibration or that rattling sound that can happen when you don't have that brush design. This is just things to look at. We're not naming any names, but just, you know, when you look at fit and finish, how it's installed, the quality of the connection points and the ability to perform over a long period of time, all those are taken into account. With the gutter and drainage, so in essence, this is our approach. We're not saying it is the approach. There's different approaches. What we had designed is the ability at a certain inclination when you go from beam to beam on the pivot side, that you're able to evacuate water that accumulates on the blades, and the design of the blades helps evacuate the water through the beams, and the way it's captured on the blades and transported to the beams, and then in the beam with its own unique channel, separated, the way it drains throughout. You can designate which column you want water to drain from. And we've done testing, and we're able to do approximately 1 gallon. I'm remembering my numbers here. Excuse me for a moment there. In essence, it's 1 gallon a minute that we can evacuate off the roof of a standard size roof. Now, if this is hurricane type weather with tremendous amounts of water, obviously you're not going to be out there. But in most of our typical type of rainfall situations, we can evacuate that type of water. Also, we have it designed that you can handle up to 45 pounds of snow. And then with melting conditions, the design as far as dealing with ice, but continuing to evacuate water. So we've tested it for 45 pounds of snowfall per square foot, and then the gallons that I mentioned per minute as far as the evacuating through the columns. Just a little quick demo of how as the blades turn in the way the water would cascade down that lip into the channel. When we look at customization, I think that's also important, especially when you look at an aging population, or of course our seasons and the time of day, and maximizing this particular space. So using different infills, what you can do with the adjustability of the louvers, I mentioned heating options, and then also some third-party elements that can be added. And then with our LED and different lighting options as far as the spectrum of color that you can customize. What we are looking at here is just the different things to take into consideration when you're embarking on using a louvered roof solution, and right, the footprint, but also when you look at the fans and misting, also the height of the columns. That's important when you take into account a certain head count underneath there. 9.2 is our standard height, but we can go up to 12 feet in height, which you would probably factor in depending on the type of fan that you're using. Fixed walls, if you don't want to go with the infills or screens, it just if you want to be mounting or create a different kind of experience in the space. Of course, curtains. I mentioned the outdoor mechanized blinds before, and then the LED lights. But these are all the things that would go into creating a customized outdoor space and ways that we support people the way they work, heal, and live. This is a hospitality image, but it could be a dining setting for senior living or for a cafeteria at a MOB, and utilizing maybe some existing patio space, but the uplighting, but also what we can do with existing architecture as far as screens being installed. So we have different types of screens, which in essence, I would say the insect screens, right? That's a perforation in the size of the hole that allows the wind to move through so you don't get a bellowing effect, but also keep our little friends out, the insects. We say that's when we look at the zip shade screen, that's more about the tracking and the mechanization and the width of a particular screen. But that's important to a lot of people, is just being able to roll up, roll down a screen without having to worry about track issues or bellowing. So as we look at this outdoor space and right, ability to withstand high winds, the privacy, you can choose between a wired option or integrated with your solar panels. Just a lot of different options here. I think the key thing most people are taking into account, how do I create levels of adjustable privacy? How do I take into account if I'm in Minnesota or Florida, depending on the bugs and the seasons? And then also just customizing based upon how the space is going to be used. Mentioned climate control. If anything, this is a nice up close showing a tracking as far as those mechanized screens and how that weighted bar would keep that perforated screen rigid. In this next image, just as you look at the louvered blades in a closed position on an outdoor terrace, and then the screens, depending, once again, if this was a cafeteria, whether it be senior living or at the main hospital or so forth, it's just the time of day and the location of the terrace and the ability to not have glare or additional heat if people were wanting to utilize that space. This is more traditional, but just to give you an idea, especially with senior living, things that are familiar to people. So just some embellishments that we can do on the column design, just to give you a reference. Again, as far as dining experiences, how you would manage existing space and just being supportive. I think this could be helpful to you as far as materiality and up close as far as if you go with a fixed infill or louvered infill there, as far as a fixed blade or adjustable louvers that you're seeing in the upper left-hand corner, whether it be wood or metal or an applique called wood design in our case. Up mount or the columns with the lighting in the vertical position, and also just a variation in colors and what that could feel like. Lighting, I think lighting in the last few years has really moved forward as far as what is possible with lighting, of course, with LEDs and energy efficiency, but where we can put the lighting in utilization of more space and also make it safer. This is just giving you different settings as far as taking into account the site furniture or the furnishings. It'd have a different type of foam density, different height. When you look at if people were on medications or even staff and just family, and taking into account what type of furnishings that you'd be selecting, all of you would take that into account, and giving you just a different aspect or feel when you look at the use of curtains, infills in the roof in the open position. These are more residential, but nonetheless, right? If you were going to have an outdoor event, how would you support it? And what it looks like as far as your lighting, depending on the time of day, and right, as far as the experience for those that are occupying it. Once again, lighting, and then also wanted to share with you some cladding that we offer. And when you look at the lighting that can be inserted into that cladding, that could be used for wayfinding, also just a particular area of the building as far as bringing attention to it, that maybe works in concert with wayfinding, and then also just standalone spaces and what that looks like. We talk about smart. What does smart mean? There's always room for improvement, right? That's why we have an iPhone coming out every other year. So there's always advancements. In our case, we look at solar, wind, and rain. If you have a certain amount of precipitation, the blades will close. If the winds are a certain mile per hour, they'll go into a closed position. You can determine how much sun you want to receive as far as UV, and the louvers will adjust themselves. You can do this from a smartphone or some other interfaces, or even integrate with your home system or your facility system. We're also taking into account remote controls and how we can secure those so that they're not lost, especially right in a commercial or healthcare setting. And these are just the objects themselves, what they would look like as far as the solar, rain, wind sensors in the interface, just as an example. And just some possible pergola configurations that you might find helpful. I think probably the key takeaway, and I want to be mindful of our time together, the key thing I want to make a point of is the type of connections you could use with your pergolas as far as when you look at the elevation here in the roofs, but thinking about the flow, workflow, or family, patient, people maneuvering in where the columns are placed, and also taking into account what area of the country. Maybe there's seismic factors to take into account, right? Ratings as far as your population that can be in one space at a time. So just giving you some ideas here as far as the configurations and those factors to take into account. The existing space, standalone space, the placement of additional columns to support a larger structure. Is it attached to the building? So forth. So there's some visuals there. And we have one more poll, I believe. You guys have been great sports. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a third and final poll. What is your primary consideration when choosing a pergola for a project? You have about 1 minute for that. And while they're answering that, we have a few questions, see if we can get a few in. Charles was asking, can any of these roofs completely close off?
When we say completely close off, I mean, they can go in a completely shut position, and then with the infills and whether it be the louvered infills or glass, you can totally enclose them and you can completely close the roof. Yes, as far as dare I say, watertight, maybe an accumulation of a little moisture, but yeah, they can be closed.
Excellent. Thank you. And let's go ahead and close off this poll here. Charles says, thanks. That answers my question. Thank you, Charles. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Charles.
Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and share the results. So we have 53% functionality and practicality, 36% aesthetic appeal, and 10% price.
Great, you guys. Appreciate all that. It's very helpful. I am being mindful of the time and just wanting to make sure that you see these. I need to interject. It's sort of a personal favorite of mine when you see a freestanding setting like that, but thinking about bringing people together in the lighting and thinking about places and times of year and things that can be achieved in that outdoor space. Also, an extension of the existing space in the lower left corner, and then just renderings there to decide to give you an idea of what they look like. And we have extensive drawings when you attach it to an existing space and how we prevent leakage and other things. And then we also have reinforced plates with regards to the columns that can go below grade. We use a steel enhanced base that can support a taller column. And also, if you're on a higher rooftop, so forth, as far as just additional stability. So those are things that we can do. And just showing some rooftop examples, lighting in the evening, what it looks like with multiple roofs that are connected, and how those intermediate columns would support that coverage. Several roofs connected here just to give you a visual. And right, there are several places that there would be a terrace or mezzanine of that size, or even a patio. And so how we would do an application to support the coverage of that space and provide all the benefits that we've been talking about during our time together. Just a quick close-up there of the inset with an existing space where you can put the blades that are motorized in inset into a cantilevered roof. We're always mindful of all of the local compliance and what is needed as far as drawings and information needed to get any kind of permitting and so forth. So we try to adjust by municipality or state or whatever code and be supportive of your project. And that is an outdoor setting, and thought it was a good note to end on. I think with the time that we have, I might have finished, I don't know, maybe I finished a little early here, but wanted to just take a pause and see if we have any questions.
Yes, that's actually great that we have some time for some Q&A, because we do have a few open questions here. George was asking, hurricane winds are usually much higher than 99 miles per hour. Could you provide special design for, say, 145 miles per hour wind velocity?
So we have these nice folks that do all the risk analysis and mitigation for us. Some of them have legal backgrounds. So to George's question, we have done testing and we have gone up to 140, 150 mile per hour. The conundrum is, in order to certify or to feel good about making that kind of warranty or statement, is it requires a lot more testing and a lot more cycles. And so we're mindful that that is not uncommon to go up to those winds. I mean, not overly common, but it can happen. Our primary concern is for the pergola to withstand as much as it can and not break apart, because in high winds, that's usually what can be harmful to people, is debris flying around. So that's what we're working towards. It's taking additional testing. unofficially, we've done it. Officially, we can't state that yet. Probably not the answer you wanted, George, but I'm trying to be transparent as much as I can.
Thank you, Bill. And we're gonna go ahead with some more Q&A. But before that, some of you are posting as anonymous. We're not able to identify you or include you in the Q&A report. If you're posting as anonymous, please repost your question without the anonymous. Thank you. All right, Michael Silva asks, has there been any snow load criteria established?
Yes, we did Minnesota, Park City, Utah, and I believe Colorado, and we did long-term testing, and we were able to certify it at managing 45 pounds per square foot in a 14.9 by 19.6 footprint. So 45 pounds, 44 to 45 pounds per square foot of snow. I can't answer. I think there's different grades. I think it was not powder. I just put myself in the trick bag. I don't know what the actual moisture content or how you describe different types of snow, but we did it up to 45 pounds.
Thank you. Catherine asks, what percentage is recycled material?
In the case of the extruded aluminum, it surpasses 80%. Also, the wood louvers are also coming from forested areas that comply with a lot of the leading, right, as far as sustainability. The actual manufacturing process, as far as Europe doesn't do a LEED certification, but it's very similar. Very similar. And so the plant where this all of these products are initially made, it's being duplicated also in Texas as far as water-blown foams, the textured paint, the emissions and the recycling of water. But the primary component of this is aluminum, and it exceeds 80% being recycled.
Thank you. Charles asks, do you have hurricane-proof screens?
Well, excuse me here just a second. In the case of, depending on the type of hurricane, we can go up to 55 to 70 miles per hour, but on the safe side, 55 mile per hour. That's on the low end of hurricane type winds. Excuse me, I apologize. The thing with the screens is the materiality. And if we put a more rigid material, then we lose the ability as far as the mechanized ability to put it on a roller. If we do more durable type materials in the screens. So that's the trade-off. If we have it more on the higher performance end, then we don't have the flexibility on rolling it up as far as being mechanized. So that's where we're at right now, is about 55 miles per hour.
Thank you. Yeah, Charles says that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you, Charles. Farrell asks, what is the maximum beam span without interior columns?
So the blade width is 14 feet 9 inches, and the column length, we can go up to 19.6 before we have to start a new roof. So we can go up to 19.6 before you need another column.
Thank you. And Rachel is asking, what is the standard span?
14.9, and we can go, it's in millimeters or inches, and we can go below 14.9. And I believe, you know, before you have a tipping effect, or depending on the height of your column, we've gone down to 38 or 42 from that 14.9 that I just mentioned. So you can reduce it, but you can't expand upon it. And the same thing with the 19.6, we can go down to that same dimension. And where that's been used is actually in some cabana applications where people wanted a pergola for one chase lounge, which that's a whole nother story, but we're able to do it.
Thank you. Adam is asking, what about ventilation and HVAC?
All right, so we can do a fixed beam. If you want to, I think Haiku is the fan that we don't make the fan, but it's a fan we feel comfortable with. And depending on, right, if it's a certain occupancy, we suggest going higher than 9.2. So there's a fixed beam that can support a fan. We have infrared heat that can be in a bar that's attached to the fixed beam or built into the standard beam, or if you do a fixed beam that traverses between the two other beams. So infrared, a couple of different variations on heat, the fan, and those are what we can do. And of course, you know, if you close the louvers themselves, and depending on the sun, I think I'm following the question, I hope.
Thank you, Bill. And Charles is asking, do you have 3D models, Revit, etc. for architects?
We do. Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Bill, no other questions at this time.
Well, love the questions, and thank you for your participation in the polls. And I hope you guys have a great day, and I really appreciate this.
Appreciate it as well. Great presentation. Thank you so much, Bill.
All right. Take care, everybody.
You too. Thank you. All right, everyone. That was a great presentation from Bill Coble at Renzen. Here is the session code for you. 141264. 141264 is the session code. I added it in the chat as well, but I'll type it again in case it got lost in the mix. There it is there. 141264 is your session code. Please enter your session codes at atsseminar.com. And coming up next will be our final presentation for the day with Jason Sham and Jason Forrester with Unicell for mental and behavioral health facilities using integrated louvers to support functional needs and requirements for daylighting, privacy, and vision control. And, you know, we're a little ahead of time, but we can let you out on time too. So we're going to move on with the agenda. Just bring the two Jasons up in a moment. And let me just go ahead and make sure that we're set up here on the other end. Just one moment, guys. Gentlemen, how are you?
We're doing well. How are you today?
Very good, very good. Great to see you. Great to have you both here with us today. Whenever you are ready, go ahead and share the screen. We can get you all set up here.
Sure. Well, thank you for having us. Let me introduce us. I'm Jason Forrester. I'm our National Sales Manager with Unicell Architectural, and I'm joined by Jason Sham, who is our Midwest Regional Manager. Jason is based out of Chicago. We're glad to do this presentation because there are a lot of questions that go on with the changes and what goes on with behavioral health care and glazing and what is acceptable, not acceptable, those types of things. So we want to bring some clarity to that with this presentation. We encourage you, if you have any questions, to please go ahead and put them into the chat. We will make sure that we get to them. And I'm going to let Jason Sham take it from here, and he's going to lead it, and I'll just chime in as needed.
Jason, you're muted.
Oh my goodness.
There you go.
How many times have we done these virtual presentations and I didn't take myself off mute. Thank you for having us today. Thanks to ATS for this. We always value this to do this presentation. As the other Jason mentioned, we are going to discuss some behavioral health. I'll do some quick introduction on Unicell. Unicell is a 60-year-old glazing manufacturer out of Montreal. And just this past year, we were brought into the Allegiant group of families. And so right there, you see some of our cousin, I call them the cousin family, comprising some great manufacturers in the world of entries and opening space. So, but without further ado, I'll go ahead and kind of jump into this presentation. As we know today, behavioral and mental health issues are growing problems within our society. I have been on board going on 6 years at Unicell and believe that behavioral health has gone from a 1 out of 20 quotation, and I see all of our quotations, to almost 1 out of 4 or 5. Some sort of behavioral space is kind of being quoted. And so the frequency has jumped just in that short time. Recent studies show that excessive noise and lack of privacy can cause undue stress triggers in behavioral health patients. Natural daylight can become access to daylight, and the turning the daylight off basically is also a big consideration. Making these spaces suicide resistant, of course, that's a common and very, very important consideration in behavioral spaces. Also, good sight lines that can allow the staff to kind of allow the patients to relax or socialize, but also keep an eye on patients that are in the behavioral space. This course is going to review design options and best practices for behavioral health applications, along with providing some real world examples. Toward the end, we'll have some great case studies to touch on. There we go. Let's talk on what integrated louvers are, just to start off this whole conversation. Integrated louvers are a hermetically sealed IGU with perfectly aligned extruded aluminum louvers. On each side of the frame, there's a gearing system that connects with each end of the louver and turns the louver in a very precise manner. You're able to use various different glass options. We're able to rotate and set them at whatever angle we need, and that will come into play, you'll see in a minute, as far as offering good viewing potential for NICU, PICU, pediatric health spaces. The louvers interlock, so they are an optimal kind of privacy solution. And when they're open, they offer 82% visibility, which is great for viewing space. And then it blocks out about 96% of the light when closed. The top four kind of pains or solutions we look to address are for heat insulation, daylight management, obviously the vision privacy management, and then because this is an IGU, not only does it offer kind of a thermal insulating property, but also sound. Why do you want to go with an integrated or a cord-free louver system? Well, the longevity. We'll talk about the warranty in a minute. The durability of this, as opposed to, let's say, kind of comparing it to a mini blind between glass system or a mini blind hermetically sealed IGU. The aesthetics are going to be much better. There won't be any sagging or tangling or even access for maintenance or cleaning over time. These are hermetically sealed units, like I've said, and that keeps them dust and germ free over the life of the product. And so by being able to kind of provide this hermetically sealed unit, having it drop in right into a cutout or into a door cutout, you lower the install costs ultimately. Clean, uniform lines. Again, the aesthetic holds its dimensional integrity over the 20-year interior warranty and 10-year exterior application warranty, which exceeds most of the standard kind of IGUs in the market. But this, again, is your life cycle product. You're going to maintain that aesthetic over time, a clean, uniform look. And again, no sagging or tangling. No need to crack into these to maintain. They are maintenance free for the life cycle. And again, keep out that dust and germs, which in a healthcare space, of course, is paramount. A quick note on these louvers. One of the questions that Jason and I get repeatedly from our design clients is, how big can we make the IGU? How big can we make the window? I want more viewing area, less framing, less mullions. And of course, we want to respond to that demand from our design clients, but there's this pesky thing called gravity that we have to worry about. So a good amount of the time, if we are fulfilling a need for a 48-inch IGU, we're opting for that third from the left, that 1/4-inch louver. That's the one that provides the 82% viewing area. When we need to bump up to 58, which I am hearing more and more of a need to do, we would kind of thicken or increase the dimensional stability of the louver on that 3/8-inch louver, the second from the left. And then to get out to a 68-inch width, we would bump it up to that 1/2-inch louver. You're going to lose some of the viewing area, but at the same time, that louver IGU is going to maintain its aesthetic, maintain its dimensional stability. I see a lot of the 1/2-inch louver deployed in maybe like an X-ray room where there's a single window where they want one big IGU for viewing area, but you also want to integrate a louver system to offer maybe a patient privacy for changing clothes. You can see that these are good size, thick IGUs. The common one that we deploy, the regular system, is the 2-inch there, the third from the left, with an enhanced ability to get out to 2.5 inches. Sometimes you might tell us, hey, we want some more insulating capability for sound or thermal, or maybe in a behavioral application, we'll come out and say, we'd like that 2.5-inch thickness to make sure in the event of impact that it's less likely to damage any of the mechanicals on the inside. Over time, it was sort of a fatter IG. I should say it. I should have a better word for fatter, but it was a thicker overall dimension on the standard IGU. So we opted for slimmer profile, the 1-inch, and then the 1.25 inch, which suits your swing doors and sliding doors especially. So here are some of the common operators. The thumb wheel, which is our most common and most responsive operator, I think. There's the crank handle, and there's also this flat aluminum sliding door knob, which you can imagine is good for a sliding door so that there's no interruption in maybe a telescoping door. Here's another one, aluminum knob, and then this neat quick glide slider. You've seen magnetic operators in the mini blind systems for years. We are able to do that with our quick glide slider on both sides of the IGU there. And of course, behavioral options, where it's important to make sure that we have ligature resistant solutions. We have a couple to choose from there. The ligature resistant parabolic, we call it the parabolic operator on the left, and then the Comfort Plus, I'm sorry. And both of these were vetted at various conferences with architects, with end users. Some liked the ability to grip the parabolic operator a little better. Some thought it protruded too much. And so we kind of went with the Comfort Plus and made that a little bit of a slimmer profile, a little bit of a flatter profile. Motorization capabilities are actually, there's a huge spectrum of motorization, and we are starting to see that more and more in areas of the hospital, especially the behavioral space, where the care staff is going to be in control of opening the louvers, either to the exterior or to the corridor side. In essence, they might be in charge of that control, or in the event we have patients who want access to daylight, but maybe are a little bit immobile, something like that. it's a great option there. We can go from a small motor that can be run with a remote control that with a selector switch is able to choose up to 4 different IGUs, all the way up to hooking this system into a building automation system, which, I think the opportunities are endless there, where you could have an app on a mobile phone or an iPad and allow someone remotely to control using that. And this kind of reflects that as well, the various options, motorization capabilities that we have. I want to touch on sliding doors because, again, I talk about coming on board to work with this team. And over the years, I want to say our mix of privacy solutions from doors to window cutouts is really about 40-60. We do nearly as many doors. We outfit nearly as many doors with privacy solutions as we do with windows. It's important to note here that, especially since we're discussing behavioral spaces, that we aren't aware of anything. There's currently no behavioral standard for sliders or swing doors. However, we do offer solutions in the spirit, let's say the AMA testing, for example. We do offer solutions there with steel trims, polycarbonate or impact resistant glazing. And so we absolutely have outfitted behavioral space and offered privacy glazing in their door. Remember I mentioned that we can offer all different types of glazing. This is one of the, and yet another common question I get. Can you provide a fire rated solution? Can you provide a fire rated door? Can you provide lead glass, an IGU with lead glass in an X-ray, in an X-ray unit? Can you provide different types of glazing to suit different kind of applications? Excuse me. And the answer is yes. Currently, right now, we have testing to support a 20 and a 45-minute fire resistant IGU for a door solution. And then in windows and transoms, we've got 20, 45, 60, and 90. And again, we have some good laser shielding capabilities here as well. And this is a unique solution that I like to touch on because the actual louvers are providing the resistance to laser leakage. And it's not a film as some other companies offer or some applications use. This way, the louvers are blocking the laser and effectively kind of, you can use different lasers, and along the way, as lasers phase in and out, the louvers provide the prevention for laser leakage and not a film that, for example, can become outdated. Let's kind of drill into that behavioral healthcare design that we wanted to. Mental health, it's a growing issue. Of course, we know this. 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness every year. 1 in 25 have a serious problem. 17% of youth, and probably growing, I would imagine, it's experienced some sort of mental illness, seek therapy. And so 19% of mental illnesses are anxiety disorders, depression, PTSD. And of course, coming off the heels of COVID, these things are only compounded that way. 193 billion lost in earnings last year, according to the study that we used for this. Over 20% of people are experiencing homelessness. 37% of adults incarcerated in the state and federal prison system have a diagnosed mental illness. This one's staggering. 70.4% of youth in the juvenile system have a diagnosed mental illness. And of course, 41% of our veterans are being treated for that. So staggering statistics. Mental illness is affecting almost 1 out of every 8 emergency department visits. Mood disorders are very common. Despite these trends, the number of beds in the U.S. decreased by 14% between 2005 and 10. I'm sure that number has grown and is starting to skyrocket now after the last decade or so. The market's going to grow. 17,000 plus are the number of behavioral health plan facilities. over 50 billion of those facilities combined annual revenues, and 240 billion is a huge market for that by next year, which could be again higher, a source of revenue for us, and of course for the design clients that work on these types of spaces. So the core principles of behavioral health design: a therapeutically enriching environment to give patients autonomy, respect, privacy, a place to heal, not to be a place to be kind of locked away, give them some tranquility. But we also have to balance that with a safe and secure environment to kind of diminish the hazards, enhance staff's visibility and their engagement, their ability to respond to any problems that arise. Again, use of abuse-resistant materials and open floor plans with good sightlines. Again, to allow the staff to get a good kind of keep an eye on different things. Suicide's the biggest risk, we've noted. The percentage of all suicides in the US is 6%. And it's only 2.5 years, an average number of years, where a psychiatric nurse experiences a completed suicide.
Jason, can I hop in here for 1 second on this?
Please, thank you, Jay.
Yeah, the 2.5 years is really a staggering number to think about. And the study that was done on this, if you dig into where and how these suicides were accomplished, a high majority of them are because of ligature points, ineffective glazing, wrong furniture, different things that gave access to a patient and to be able to do and complete a suicide. So the important thing here, as Jason is harping on, is we need to make sure that the design is done well, and we need to make sure that your material choices, not just in glazing, but furniture and everything else, are wise choices to ensure that we don't run into this particular problem. It's, again, if you dig into the numbers, you can go a little deeper into it. Unfortunately, we discovered that that's the reason. The good news is these numbers are actually coming down now, because you guys are doing a great job in your design compared to the old days in which a lot of these things were not well thought of. I will share with you, before I came to Unicell, returning to this kind of work world, I spent a number of years as a pastor, and would go visit people often that were in behavioral health facilities. And I remember walking around and looking and saying to myself, my goodness, this looks like it'd be pretty easy for someone to hurt themselves, hang themselves, cut themselves, whatever it may be. So the importance of the design and the materials that you pick are critical in this. Thank you, Jason.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Again, as Jason just mentioned, safety is the number one concern. They're worried about patient suicides. But, just as much falls, escapes, and aggression towards other patient and staff. Jason and I spent some time with some end users, some hospital staff, within the past couple months, and some of the things they tell us about some of their concerns are things, frankly, we don't always think of, but we certainly do now. They've got to have a good visibility and a good sightlines into keeping an eye on things. And we, as building material manufacturers, we need to make sure that we ensure safety while respecting that privacy, and make sure, again, in the event of an incident, that there's shatterproof glass, ligature-resistant materials. Here's one of the benchmarks that when we first started to pursue to make sure that we were meeting behavioral benchmarks, the New York OMH, the New York Office Mental Health Guideline, was certainly one of our prominent benchmarks. And we wanted to get that green check. And that means that you are fully accepted by the New York OMH, and that products, are used by the New York OMH, are certified now, and that offers a safety not only for the patients, but for the architects. I will say that It's interesting. 3 years ago, as I kind of made my way around the Midwest and conducted lunch and learns and used this presentation as what was then sort of new for us, I would get some looks and folks would kind of be like, okay, the New York OMH, I've heard of it. After about 3 years now, I'm getting more and more nods like, yes, I'm aware of it. I'm even getting some of my design clients in these meetings being prompted by their customers, the end users, the owners, to make sure that they meet the AMA standard and specifically the New York OMH. So this is an important reference guide, certainly one of our big reference points. One other thing, when I talked about using IGU and privacy glazing as a solution, was to insulate against noise. Noise is antithetical to kind of an environment, could be a trigger, especially in a behavioral space. So effective acoustical performance is critical. And, of course, the negative impacts to that would be elevated psychological and stress levels. Thicker IGU airspace and laminated glass increase sound attenuation to achieve STC requirements. In some cases, we can have STC as high as a cinder block with our IGUs. Always going to be project specific, but it's a common deployment of our product. The World Health Organization indicates that hospitals are too noisy. But what happens with noise? Noise increases stress, heart respiratory rates, has a physiological impact on both patients and the healthcare providers. When healthcare providers are kind of annoyed, disturbed by noise, it leads to a higher incidence of errors, which of course we want to avoid. One thing we discovered is that the average ICU patient is exposed to background noise that is almost 8 times louder than those guidelines set by the world. It's just a busy place. There's a lot of activity, a lot of necessary activity. Looking at natural daylight, a Shepley Bullfinch Cornell survey found that a good daylighting and noise control are the highest rated environmental features by behavioral staff. So let's say that again, good daylighting and noise control. So access to enabling and closing down that daylighting, and also the insulating of noise that could be potential triggers for these behavioral patients. The report concluded that while staffers are concerned about their own safety, of course, they often place their desire for personal amenities, such as a kind of a respite place, below the priority of their patient needs. Once again, the folks that provide care in these spaces are amazing. Managing daylight is good. Daylight, I think in a healthcare space design, you're always looking for ways to increase a patient's access when desired for natural daylight. However, you don't want to overdo it, basically. You don't want to expose the patient to excessive amounts of daylight, in which case some of the medications they're taking or something like that, the impact of the medication could be negated by an excessive or kind of overdue access to managing that daylight. So it's good to have a daylight management solution that blocks out just about 96% daylight. This is kind of a comparison, a side-by-side, the ability for darkening those spaces when needed, or accessing daylight also when needed or desired. Anti-ligature devices, the operators, everything in there. It was really, I started to get more and more involved with behavioral spaces, I couldn't even imagine the occurrences of potential danger points within a behavioral space. Anti-ligature or ligature-resistant devices emerged as the most important contributor to suicide resistance. Again, our time spent with those end users, talking about different cases, opened our eyes to the fact that we really need to look at every inch of these, every centimeter of these spaces, make sure there's no danger there. Cordless operation, the ability, again, to offer privacy, to prevent triggers, rounded specialty glass stops, impact resistant or shatterproof glass. Window systems can receive an American Architectural Manufacturers Association, or AMA, as we commonly refer to it, 501.8 performance certification for resistance to human impact, 2,000 foot-pounds as the standard indicates, through glazing, high-impact glazing or polycarbonates. And this is my fun Mythbuster slide I love to show. This is us undergoing the AMA test for certification with UL. You can see there that we dropped a 200-pound weight at the height of 10 feet, and that's your 2,000 foot-pounds. One thing I always tell my design clients is that when you are looking to achieve the AMA 501 standard or certification, we don't supply you with a window. We supply you with a system. It's very important, as you can imagine, anything that holds a UL certification, that the conditions are almost recreated almost identically to the testing situation. So it's not like I can send or you can send, or a customer can send a glazier out to Home Depot and go grab that AMA certified IGU off the shelf. This is absolutely a system which complies with the standard. We have, over time, engineering study, frequent testing of different configurations. Understand that we have slight room for a little bit. I won't call it deviation. I'll call it a slight nudge on interpretation. But frankly, the best thing to do when wanting to comply with AMA, the AMA 501.8 standard, is to get in touch with us from the beginning, so we can kind of give you some details and suggest some options for you. Oops. Integrated louvers meet that requirement again so well. We have our ligature resistant operators, options for motorized, again, depending on the end users or the healthcare folks' desire to provide control or to retain control on operating the louvers. We can provide motorized options, a very good STC, again, on par with concrete blocks. It's hermetically sealed. So accessing a behavioral space once a month or however often, a hospital sets cleaning schedules is not even a consideration with the system, because again, it's hermetically sealed for the life of the product. We can even offer lead points in certain conditions. So,
Jason, while you have this slide up, let me touch on one thing real quick.
Sure.
It's important to understand, if you're not overly familiar with the New York Office of Mental Health and their certification, that they look at these products and these are updated every 6 months. So the reason I say that is if you go back a year ago, there were about 4 or 5 other products that were green checked to meet the New York OMH for behavioral health when it came to glazing. Since that time, they have reevaluated the systems and re-looked at them. And currently, there are only 2 systems in North America that have that check mark, with ours being one of them, the other being out of England. So it's important that you go onto the New York Office of Mental Health and check to see what is currently certified. It is not law, obviously, but using a certified system and having proof of that will certainly help you and your customer from any potential litigation going forward if something were to ever happen. The other thing about the New York Office of Mental Health is this is not just glazing. So if you go on there, you will see it's for hardware, furniture, anything that deals with the behavioral health space. It is kind of the Bible, so to speak, of the industry when it comes to design and safety and ligature resistance.
Thanks, Jay. And I want to add on to that too, just based on current jobs that I've looked at or discussed with design clients, in that if you want something more in the spirit of AMA 501.8, but maybe AMA is not required. We've taken all these learnings from testing to achieve that standard, and we can provide impact glazing solutions with kind of the same spirit, maybe not meeting that impact resistance or necessarily the standard to a T, but we certainly can provide something that is in the spirit of it and can do different things with it. So again, another opportunity to have a discussion with us and kind of help you fill out what you need to know based on our experience. I wanted to run through the behavioral operators one last time. We have our parabolic ligature resistant knob. We have the removable key. We're starting to kind of look at other solutions there. Just limiting access, of course, which is not a demand that has gone away, but simply more effective. But it is kind of a legacy option. Again, motorized. And in the spirit of COVID, I think we came up with the touchless sensor, which we're starting to get a little more interest on now, the ability to, like a sliding door, control the opening and closing of louvers. Here are two great options, or basically two great buckets from what we see. Exterior applications, or a behavioral exterior wall on a behavioral application is kind of manifest as. This would be for your new construction or ground up construction, where we would have this system that has passed the behavioral health of the AMA standard. You would have the louvers IGU on the outside, and then have the impact resistant built in, integrated with a curtain wall. And in this particular solution, being a glazier and a manufacturer, we are able to kind of manufacture an integrated AMA rated system with louvers, fully the entire system. And this is typically how we would see a new construction kind of manifest. This is just almost just as common. It would be a retrofit of an existing space into a behavioral space. The louvers provide, a unique interior controlled viewing solution. Again, daylight management, privacy management. The interior unit's sealed. Never require maintenance. And so you would have kind of a back-to-back system there. Our system is Miami-Dade certified. Jay, I don't know, being a Chicago guy, I don't know, do you want to make a quick comment about that?
Sure. Yeah, our system is tested to D certification, letter D. There is some question down in Miami, which, by the way, is usually more than sufficient across almost all the coast. Down in Florida, there is a movement of asking to go to E, which essentially means you would have to have a higher certification within 30 miles of the coast. For us, there's a lot of systems that don't have that currently, and we're all going back and re-looking now that this has raised itself. So as a company for ourselves, I cannot speak for others, is something that we're looking at and debating on if we're going to test to those limits or not. I would eventually guess we will, but currently we do not have that certification. But the D certification we have works on probably 99 to 95% of the coastline.
And Jason, I would say, and I think you would agree with me too, we're at the right size where testing for these standards or the eventual evolving standards, that the new standards that come out, are something that we like to do. We do very nimbly. And I have a set of engineers who are more than ready to throw things at glazing to make sure that we have, what your clients require, what an end user needs in various codes, of course, in different parts.
You can always tell the days when we walk down the hall at the office that we're going to be throwing things or setting things on fire. There's this real joy that goes on. So
that's right. There's usually tears first and then joy. So
that's right.
We're in the home stretch, folks. So I just want to show you some great case studies. This is I would say from a behavioral perspective, in the last 5 or 6 years, this is really a popular conversation piece we like to talk about. This is Nationwide Children's in Columbus, and it's their behavioral pavilion. I think it's roughly 12 or 13 stories. I always forget exactly how many, but in the initial kind of concept, there was a psychiatric doctor who was on the consultant group and mentioned a concept called grounding, a psychological or mental health concept called grounding, where if someone can see the ground and the sky at the same time, it offers a calming effect. And so the question arose, can you orient louvers in a vertical orientation? And the answer is yes, we absolutely can. And that's what you see here. I like to say when we orient them vertically, that pesky thing called gravity and the concern and the width I talked about kind of goes away. We're just kind of limited by the type of glazing or the size of glazing we source. But there's really not nearly as many limitations on this vertical orientation. So it offers a nice effect. Here's Long Island Jewish in New York. This is, again, the first thing I think of when I look at the space is the fact that you folks are designing more and more warm, comfortable behavioral health spaces, colorful, not institutional, not look like something that where people are kind of locked away, but people are invited to heal. Now, at the same time, we know those windows in the back, those IGUs in the back, those are going to have impact-resistant glazing, and they're going to offer good sight lines for the staff at Long Island Jewish to be able to, again, keep an eye on things, make sure everybody's safe. Here's Holyoke in Holyoke Medical Center, about an hour west of Boston. I was able to visit this a few years ago, and this is a classic, kind of a classic adult behavioral space. I think what we really like about this one is, oh, I'm sorry, I clicked too quickly, that this is an example of a behavioral space, kind of a retrofit with an existing curtain wall on the outside. Even the VP of facilities that gave us the tour was amazed at how well the architect had designed and how well this had come together as a behavioral condition set of building materials and space right behind an old kind of New England curtain wall. One of the things that resonated with me on this one is we went in about 11:30 or noon, and most of the rooms were occupied. Most of them were darkened. And here's me, talking to one of the nurses saying, oh, why aren't the windows flung open? Why aren't, people kind of moving around? And she said, Jason, the nature, kind of the severity of the challenges of these patients warrants that they are typically in a calm kind of state. And she said, we really appreciate your louver IGU's ability to kind of keep out the daylight when we're trying to darken and make a calming space for the patient. So that was a neat kind of endorsement there. Here's one of those hybrid at Emory University Hospital, kind of a hybrid ER. And you have the ability to shut things down if there's a danger caused by any of the patients, or patients can be treated there. Talking about quickly, I'll end get close to ending with a proper specification wording. We always want to make sure that you call out specifically in your specification cord-free louvers in insulating glass. I think, from afar, from someone or, folks who aren't as familiar with these louver IGUs, we got to get lumped once in a while into the mini blind category. And that would be improper, as the slide says. That would be a great disservice, because again, you're talking about a 20-year life cycle product with, enhanced insulating capabilities, vision, light management capabilities, versus blinds and glass, which we don't break bad on too much, because we also manufacture that. But it's a more of a 5-year product, less of a warranty, less robust light management and insulating, and less of a system than the louver system is. How do we make life easier? Well, we can assist in writing specs. We can have project reviews. Yeah, we're absolutely glad to hop on a Teams call. We do it quite frequently, 15, 20 minutes, just maybe to help get a design client understanding all the everything we would do behind, again, achieving a benchmark, achieving a standard, what we could provide, testing. We have a fenestration expert on staff who maybe works out a U value or something like that for a design team. Further education, that's part of it. Oh, I can't say this enough either. Years of being a design kind of rep, early intervention helps. Let's start out of the box discussing, some potential fits for your project. So let me or my counterparts know early. We have samples we can provide. It's always good to kind of get involved early. We have coverage around the United States and then North America, around the world, basically. So I'll leave you with this. The fact that the integrated louver IGU is your optimal solution for insulating heat management, daylight management, access to or prohibiting daylight, prohibiting light. It's your vision insulating solution and your sound insulating solution, your vision management solution. So with that, I'll kind of end that presentation and say thank you to everybody. We'd love to take some questions if anyone has some.
Thank you both. And Jason was actually responding to the questions while the presentation was going on. So right now we don't have any further questions at this time. You guys covered it all.
Okay. Great. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And if anyone has any other questions we can't get to here and we'll get to offline, please continue submitting them in the Q&A panel. But gentlemen, excellent presentation. Thank you both.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you for everybody.
Awesome. All right, everyone. Here is the final session code, 141276. And we're adding that into the chat as well. 141276. Catherine says, thank you. Really like the presentation. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Catherine.
Excellent. Please enter all your session codes at atsseminar.com by the end of the day. And we're almost at the end here. I just have a few last minute notes here. There you have it. So if you need any last minute credits, please visit the ATS On Demand course catalog, also at atsseminar.com. And please follow ATS on LinkedIn. You've seen the QR code during the breaks and whatnot. That takes you directly to the LinkedIn page. We have some video updates every single week, and we have a live video podcast coming next Friday at 2:30 p.m. with our friend Steve Gleason from Homosode. ATS presents Built for This live on LinkedIn next Friday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. This will be our first episode for our live video podcast. Hope to see you all there. And that's it. Thank you for attending our seminar today. I'll stick around for a bit if anyone needs any help with anything in the Q&A panel. But we hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and we would love to have you back for another webcast soon. Thank you, everyone, and peace.